Phew, that bite got too intense to put my microphone on. Hey Rev, how you doing? Yeah, it's really annoying the way those leaders just go. You started training for your new job? That's exciting. Officially a hooker. Gotta learn like CPR and everything for that, right? Oh, there's a fish on that. I wondered why it was moving so fast. What is it? Some kind of whitefish. Uh-huh. Too many fish. Help. Hold my rod. Mmm, delicious loach. Yeah, we're really fishing some taste. These are appetizer fish, so gotta start with the appetizers. While bragging about your fancy Thanksgiving dinner, I had Cheez-Its. Trevor, thank you for the 44 months. I did enjoy my Cheez-Its. I actually broke down and cooked 2 venison burgers. They were alright. Oh man, that was an ultralight record. Just a record-setting man. Turkey of the Sea. Yeah, it's Russia. There's no turkeys there. We gotta improvise. Don't tell me about the Russian turkeys, Chad. I don't want to know. Bite it where everyone can see. Or don't. Whoop. Flip them in. Tunguska, I think? I don't know. I don't remember river names. It came off. They didn't say it in chat though, so I don't get shamed. Oh, fuck. I wonder which pole that was. Red Banger, thank you for the 5 gift subs. trying to catch bait fish and or appetizers for other fish. Shut up, Tommy. Yeah, somebody said you should, the other night I was bored, you should just do a little fishing. And I was like, that's a good idea. I'll just do a tiny bit of fishing. And now 3 days later, I still want to fish. It's an addiction. Silver thing for the 61 months. I did enjoy my Cheez-It feast. Gotta fish out that premium, yeah. Ooh, what's that? Is that a tiny ass pike? It is. We don't want pike. I got a 2 kilo leader on here. That's dangerous. The bark beetle seems to be doing better. Or is it the setup? I think no, it's not the setup, I don't think. It's catching more fish. I don't know if they're better fish. Ominous thing for the 62 months. Just a whole bunch of random junk here. Ooh. Ooh. What is it? What is it? Aww. Disappointing. Zaylor, did I thank you? Thank you. Little chunk panda. Need to change the direction you're facing. But also the bark beetles just seem to be better. Angel Raider, thank you for the gift sub. Didn't do anything today. We celebrated Thanksgiving yesterday because I don't have Alice today. Not my Thanksgiving year. So I just laid around, nude, eating Cheez-Its. That's not true. I was wearing a shirt. It's the weirdest thing. I just hate pants lately and underwear. But it's too cold to not wear a shirt. Death, there's no reason to cut your line. Ever. Please, sir. Your wallet. Played Pokemon and ate popcorn. Was it popcorn from a turkey's butt? Because otherwise, like, who cares? From a bag. Wow, what are you, Canadian? What? Thought for sure there was a fish on there. I didn't even check. I just reeled it in. should, Rev. It's fun and easy to do. What's this weird fish? Oh. Oh yeah, having buds is the hard part. Actually, it's a good thing I don't have more fishing buds. I'd never do anything but fish. I'd be broke, homeless, but I'd fish a lot. Yeah, that's what I use. My brother and my former high school bully. Those are my two fishing buddies. Oh, got one. That was a very realistic experience there. The way the line ran before I felt it. You're tiny. Be bigger. You're so pretty, though. Yeah, I'd snack on that. Where are you fishing for Atlantic salmon, pork chop? Oh. I think this is Volkov. Have you gotten any levels yet, Tommy? Hey, Nish, how you been? This one's got some weight to it. I hope it's not a pike. Oh, he's in the current. Not a pike. Like an omol or, yeah. Hell yeah. What level are you, Tommy? "25, you're such a newbie. So much to strive for, so much to achieve." I mean, this is basically fishing in VR. Just pretend. Wear big glasses and pretend it's VR. Look, all you can see is your hands and what's in front of you. Or just put your head really close to the screen. Hell yeah, weekly record. So you did for Animal Crossing? Animal Crossing usually is what our family holidays turn into. And this game is free. Is that a tiny fish on there? No. That line just zooms once it gets in front of me. If you like fishing simulators, it's very neat and free. It is by far the best fishing game out there. This is Lower Tunguska. Way upriver. I was just walking upriver. Whoa! Throwing a wacky worm on an ultralight. Grind your butt off, but it's just fishing. You see, Minnie, they were the 2 years. And what they mean is you have to be willing to fish a lot because it's fishing. And grinding is fishing. Don't look at it as grinding, just look at it as beautiful fishing. Whoop. I get new gear in this faster than I do in real life. What is fishing but IRL grinding? I mean, it's just fishing. With the hope of catching bigger fish than last time you fished. I hope I get some new gear for Christmas. I never do, which is weird. You'd think it'd be like an easy choice for people. But they don't love me or my hobby. Do you? That's exciting. I will certainly go again next year. I went back up there like 4 more times. Though the last time we went was probably the last decent time I was up there. The bass got really good though after the pike died out. So what's the wash? I caught my first muskie last year. It was like this big. But I did it. It was on a Senko. I'm slowly walking up this river. $10 grams? That might be the smallest fish I've ever caught in this game. I'm doubling down on bass leagues next year. I'm gonna do 2 of them. Lord help me. And my wallet. It is a lot of bass fishing, twice a week. They're the same league, just on different days, so I won't have to, like, practice an extra lake a week. So it really will just add an extra tournament day. Rev, thank you for the 10 gift subs. My wallet appreciates it. It's a good wallet. Deserves love. Gross. Dung beetles. Ugh. It's not that they're shit-related bugs, it's that they're beetles. I hate beetles. They're gross. Just looking at them freaks me out. You're fishy, fishy, fishy. Come on, logfish. Where you at? Specifically beetles. Very gross. Hate them. Same wallet for over 20 years. I also have a wallet that I've had for over 20 years. I don't use it anymore, though. But I kept it as a souvenir. Me and my friend spent an entire day and hundreds of dollars in an arcade to get matching flame chain wallets. It was so cool. Can you play this game free to play? Yes. Absolutely. The only thing this game gives you from... What's a fish got away? Which rod? Didn't even know I had one. The only thing that spending money in this game gives you is levels. So... You can buy... I mean, you could technically buy gear, but you'd have to be a bajillionaire. I don't know anyone that's doing it. It's grindy, though. I think the progress is pretty good until the, like, late game. And then it slows way down, but isn't that every game? But I don't believe there's anything you can't get. Last I knew, there was nothing in the game you couldn't get with in-game currency. I guess technically I take that back. There was some rods and reels, but there are free-to-play equivalents that are identical. Swimming in the Baltic Sea. It floated out and followed you as you swam. Well, my friend lost his cool flame chain wallet. And many, many years later, after he died, I found it walking through a field. I did not realize how the lifespan of leather, or pleather, I think it's real leather. I'm pretty sure it's real leather. All the metal grommets and stuff had rusted off it, but the leather itself was totally intact. Yeah, the Cory changes made Cory a lot bigger and added a bunch of species to it. It's a much bigger lake now, easier to troll. That's freaky. I mean, it was like a field we frequented. It wasn't like it was just some random field. It was a friend's field. Probably hit hard? Probably. No money in it, no. Unfortunately. My stories aren't sad. How is that sad? My story was about finding a wallet of a friend. I didn't tell the story about death. That would have been sad. Get it right. It wasn't a sad story, Chess. Just whiny babies who have had zero tragedy in their life. I can see the fish on there. No, I guess not. Isn't it supposed to prevent losing it? Yep. He took the chain off. Once chains weren't cool anymore. And then lost it. Captain, thank you for the 37 months. Life is hella tragic. Is it because you watch my stream with all these sad stories? Yeah, fish. Yeah, no, it was a cool thing to find it. I agree. I wonder what the best bait for those is. To the record board. Oh wow, they can get quite large, huh? Nasty worm, that's what I'm using. Who knew? Worms and mayfly stuff, huh? They seem to be down here. They're supposed to be good eating. Burbots. They're weird freak fish, though. And I don't know that I'm into eating freaks. Yeah, you can catch burbot. They're just only active. They're like reverse hibernate. They hibernate in warm water. Or warm weather. You can only catch them below, like, I don't remember what the temperature is in America. Made you wear a fanny pack to school because you kept losing your lunch money? Fuck, dude. When I was in elementary school, my grandma made me have a mullet because she studied hair loss for a living and thought it was like insulting for me to shave off my beautiful hair. So, trade you my mullet for your fanny pack. Honestly, let's just get together and rock it out. Had dinosaurs on it? I mean, that's pretty tight. You should have just claimed you had diabetes. That's fucked up, Richard. But like, you know, I'm trying to help a kid from getting bullied in case he ever goes back to elementary school in a dinosaur fanny pack. Let you have a mullet? That wasn't a favor. Fanny packs are hella helpful. I have pockets. I've never been like, man, I really need one big crotch pocket. Sorry. You would have gone like the 45 months. This rod is just a little stiffer than the other one and doesn't Display the bites. I swear there are more of these amules here. Whatever they're called. Is that supposed to be a weed or flooded grass? It looks like flooded grass to me. I never catch any fish in flooded grass. I'm alright. For being on a holiday alone, I'm doing okay. Could be worse. Yeah, Americans overate today. I got some cheesecake in the fridge. We're gonna eat that later together, chat. First Christmas fully alone? Oof. That one, I don't know that I could make it. You can have a piece if you want, yeah. I'll never eat it all. But I get first pick because it's like a wombo combo cheesecake with all different kinds of cheesecake put together. And I don't want to get stuck with some shitty fruit one. Fish got away. Fucking suck dick and balls. All of it. Slurp it down. I don't know. There's like half of it left. So there's like 5 different types of cheesecake you could pick from. Distracted by cheesecake? No, it's just these tiny little fish that don't pull good. We're catching appetizers first. Ooh. You're a cool fish. I like you. Let's be friends. Yeah, variety pack of cheesecake. I bought it at Walmart. I made Thanksgiving this year, so that meant buying a cheesecake as the pie option. Cool Black Friday deals? No, I don't ever do that shit. That's not true. I usually buy a Tupperware when I walk through Walmart. And then I just have an absurd amount of Tupperware I don't need. But it's like always on super sale, and I'm like, dude, Tupperware is useful. How can you say no? And then I just have cabinets full of Tupperware. Only the odd stuff. My daughter always uses the good shapes and sizes for slime and leaves me with the weird shapes and sizes. My daughter is smart. Well. Oh, come on. Would you just eat it? Don't play with your food. That's horrible, Victor. You should rekindle your friendship with that side of the family. Like, just sneak in. My brother used to make hella good cheesecake, but then he became a fucking weird vegetarian and started smashing vegetables and everything. What did I say my brother used to make? Mac and cheese is what I was trying to say. He made a hell of a baked macaroni. There's a fish on this line. See how it went a little bit slack? Did I say mac and cheesecake? Mmm. Yeah, that's the weird part is it was already a vegetarian meal. But then he was like, you know what would make it more vegetarian? Vegetables. And I'm like, fuck off. Gross. What's this fish? It's large. Oh. And disappointing. Can you really fish like this multiple lines by river? Oh yeah, absolutely. I do this all the time. It's very common actually for like catfishing, especially. This setup of bottom rods, catfishing, carp fishing. So the lines have a big heavy weight on the bottom, and then the hook is off that. So it's the hook is just sitting there floating in the current, and the weight's holding it to the ground. Some states in America you can fish with no rod limit. Some states it's 3, 2, 5. It just depends on where you are. Because the cows didn't give you permission. You can't have honey, Red Banger, if you're a vegan. Can't ask for the bees' permission. I only use bells occasionally. I'm usually too lazy for it. I'll use them on shore more than I use them in a boat. How would a cow give you permission? It won't. That's why vegans don't eat milk. I don't think it actually has anything to do with asking permission, but it is legit that even honey is not vegan. Nice, Corey. When I was a teenager, I asked a vegan lady that after she gave me head. And let's just say I never got head from her again. That was disappointing. At least I asked after, though. Okay, I didn't ask. I actually laughed and said I thought you were vegan. But, like, same concept as asking. God, I was such a shitty person when I was younger. It's funny. I would never do that now. Mellet, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Well, it's ocean fishing. I'd love to. None in this game, though. It's like a really big something over here. Maybe a bay. Thank you for the bits. Makes a really funny story though. Yeah. I used to tell that story the whole story when I was younger, a younger streamer, and not embarrassed by my bad decisions. I was like mostly good with like a spotty. I don't want to get eaten by wolves. It sounds like I'm about to. The occasional I'm a shit, you know? But mostly a good person. This was a shitty night, specifically. I think it's less that I'm embarrassed by it and more that I think it's hard to convey you're not that same person when you also laugh at your stories. I find the dumb shit I did hilarious because it's the only option. It can be gross and funny. I've seen the game Fisher Online. I have seen it. That's about that. I think it's just like a less done version of this, isn't it? It's one I haven't played, so I guess I could make an excuse to fish more and make more progress in that. I have hit a point with this game where progress is really slow for me, which I don't hate, but I feel bad about it. Hi, Squashy. I don't like this first time chatter thing. Can you guys can't see it, right? Just me? Level 13 progress got really slow like 12 hours ago? No, it didn't. Me and mods, okay. I don't like it. It makes me judge people a little bit. I'm like, man, that's weird. You get to know the secrets? Are you done with Pokemon? Jesky never names Pokemon after me, chat. He's a jerk. He was hovering over the R today when he got a Pokemon. I was like, this is it. I'm getting a Pokemon. And then he moved off the R, but moved back to the R. And I was like, oh, he's doing it. And then he named it something else. Oh, those aren't people? Alright, I'll feel better then. I thought they were people's names. I mean, me is somebody. I've heard his Pokemon names, and I just assumed they were people from chat because they're just like words put together. I don't like pay close attention to them. What is it? What is it? It's a dumb perch. I regret moving down here. Should have stayed over this log. I thought I'd found a spot. It is dark, and I left my lantern way up the river somewhere. Mad about that. Ooh. Look at that freak, chat. Absolute freak. That fish lies? No, that one doesn't lie. It had 3. I mean, unless you count the ones on the bottom, but it had 3 on the back. There's the 9 spines stickleback that isn't even always 9 spines. That one's a piece of shit. A sentient bag of trash? As long as he doesn't name me after the milk tank, I'm cool with it. Milk tank is the Pokemon that really just made me never want to go back. I was watching one of the whatever Pokemon that is in on Twitch, and it shook me. You know, I was like, Pokemon's probably still fine. I could still probably enjoy it. Cow with big udders named Milk Tank. Nope, never mind. You know what I just guaranteed, right? Is it tier? Is it Gen 2? Hey man, I guess I was done at Gen 2. No way. What game had Miltank? Alright, well, I should have quit in Silver. I guess I just never saw it when I played Silver. Famously Gen 2. Yeah, I looked it up. Shh. Talking. How could I not see it? Probably because I didn't finish it. Chat, Pokemon's a sucky game for babies. What do you want from me? I hear you. I didn't play enough Silver. Makes moo moo milk? Fuck off. Why would they do such a thing? Jasky sort of agrees with me that Pokemon's a baby game for babies. He ain't even gonna argue it. We've had this talk. Jesse's just a sucker for nostalgia. It'll always, unfortunately, always be a baby game for babies. Literally a game for children that's not actually for children anymore, though. Which is the weird part. Unless it still has a big success in the Asian market for kids. No, adults play Pokemon. More adults play Pokemon than children that I know. And I, you know, have a child. Look at all those Loach I got to squish. Any kid who's playing Pokemon right now is playing it in some clone in Roblox. snapping me, God. I'm curious to see Alice and her friends transition from Roblox to real video games. I remember my little brother was also a Roblox addict. That thing's been around a while now. Yeah, my brother's like 18, gonna be 19, I think. And he played a Roblox until he learned that other games are better. I think my brother actually transitioned from Roblox to Gary's mod. Before he finally found actual video games and not just clones. 85%. Unfortunately, it's one of the few 85% you don't get anything. Oh, what the fuck is this? That was shocking to come out of. Sale name for the 65 months. You know what I think my brother's first real game... He played Minecraft and Roblox together. But I think they were both kind of similar. With the free servers and random mini games. But I think his first real game was Terraria. Yeah, I think my daughter will get into the shooter. She doesn't love progression. We'll see. We're gonna do a Minecraft series together, and we'll see if I can get her into the actual progression. See how long she can make it before she gets bored without creative mode. I know, that's why we didn't start this week, Sinister. We're gonna wait for 1 point, whatever. 1.8. I think that trying the Terraria Don't Starve crossover, I'd only do it in Don't Starve, because it's a big undertaking in Terraria to go hunting after one boss, to play Terraria to hunt one boss. Yeah, exactly. They ask you for one event. And people could say the same thing for Don't Starve, but I'm experienced enough with Don't Starve that I can kill pretty much anything in the first year. It's an early game boss too, yeah, I figured. Man, it is freaky deaky out here. Level my bottom run. Yeah, I'm with you, Jesse, if I was gonna boot it up. You turned 40 today, congratulations. Or, I'm so sorry, whichever one applies. Maybe a little bit of both. Yeah, yeah. How's the fishing going? You know, we're catching appetizers right now for our Thanksgiving feast. I actually do need to cook in this game. Maybe I'll do a Thanksgiving cooking, Russian fishing for cooking stream. I'm running out of food. Thought for sure that was going to be me with the shame again. But I'm just catching bait fish and squishing them. You've yet to cook anything in this game? I like it. It's fun. I think I'm at carp cooking right now. I do need to make coffee and tea as well. I need to do the whole shebang. One of your pet loaches died today. Oh, you want me to catch you one? I'm sorry. That like you're talking about real life, and I'm bringing it into a video game world, and now I feel guilty. I do have some cucumbers that I need to pickle. It was old age. Damn it, man. I'm not doing good at this. Condolences. Let's put your head down in shame. I'm not laughing at your dead fish. I'm laughing at the fact that I immediately wanted to ask if you had an autopsy, which is fucked up to think about, but it's where my brain goes. I got dumb brain. I'm so sorry. I can't take fish seriously, Jasky. An axolotl for Christmas? I fish like as a hobby. How big are axolotls? Like the size of my hand? I have really small hands. Are you sure my hand? Or like a normal boy's hand? They're nearly extinct, but you can get them as pets? A big male is like a foot long. My family used to farm them. All right, y'all, you can't. What do you mean farm them? Like grow them in a little farm? Or did you have like an adorable tiny ranch with little fences and pens and tiny little dogs to keep them in line? Okay, you bred them in aquariums and sold them to pets. That's all right. That makes more sense to my brain than farm them. I thought you were wearing overalls and had tiny lizards and tiny pens. My dad accidentally bred angelfish, Well, what happened was angelfish laid eggs. He Googled about it, and they're like, "Oh, angelfish, they'll eat their eggs. You better protect them." So he protected them. And then the next thing I knew, my dad had like 17,000 angelfish and nothing to do with them. And local pet stores won't buy from randoms anymore. I think at one point he was up to like 11 aquariums, like 55-gallon plus aquariums of angelfish because he just couldn't stop breeding them. Only between 700 to 1,200 in the wild. But like, you can farm them in your house. So, nearly extinct in the wild. But super easy, apparently, for any old Twitch viewer to... I can't stop thinking about you as a farmer now, Calistiger. In overalls, with a pitchfork, and tiny lizards. But it did replace the tiny fish autopsy that was happening in my brain beforehand, so that's good. Do a Billy the Bass VTuber avatar? I mean, I would if I could. Little freak fish. I can't catch an actual keeper of one of those. I have no idea how any of that VTuber shit works at all. Zero idea. I assume some sort of computer magic. On my turkey day? Laid around without pants on eating Cheez-Its. You? Made a huge mess in the kitchen and hung out with your dog. Did you get any food cooking done or just throw it all over the place? I'm cooking here and just slinging fucking meat around. I thought I lost my dog today. And it really had me fucked up. I was running all over the house, texted my ex-wife. I was like, I don't know how to explain this, but I've lost the dog. And she's like, what? And I was like, I don't know. What? Fish got away, sucked my whole penis game and my balls. And I was like, I don't know. The dog is just gone. I cannot find the dog. I swear to God, I brought it in when I went out. But it's not here. It was just laying in my bed under my blanket and ignoring my calls. Wow, that's rude. Turkey farts? It is the pretty rescue dog, yeah. She never ignores my calls. I'm sure she's right around somewhere. I don't want to call her because then she'll think it's time to go OUT. Can't even say that word, I'm afraid. Maybe she hates me now. Mila? You know, I even whisper her name. She's here. She hates me now, I think. Mila. She hates me. Mila. The fuck, dude? Where's my dog again? Mila. Hates me. I mean, if she went deaf, that would mean both my dogs went deaf in like the last 3 months. The one's 14 years old. She's not old. I think they're both confused because they're here without my daughter. I have 50-50 custody of my dogs and my daughter. And I think they're confused because my daughter's not here, but I have them. They're going out of town this weekend. So I get the dogs. Oh, baby, you're just sitting right here behind my chair, wagging your tail that whole time, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. You were so confused, weren't you? Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. Hi. Hi, you want to say hi to everybody? You never like to get up, and you don't let me pick you up. It's the one thing she won't let you do. You cannot pick her up. Come on. Come on. Get up here. Get up here. You're going to lose my camera hat. Mila, they still can't see you. Come over here. Yeah, you're good. Oh, go. Oops. Broke my microphone. Hi. Get up here. Get up here. You won't do it. You pretty girl. You know, little girl. Can I pick you up? Can I pick you up? You hate it. You hate it. I know. There you go. There you go. Hi. Hi. Pretty girl. You go. Will you say hi to everybody? No? Don't look at my messy ass floor, alright? Look at my ceiling. Reel in these fish! Oh god, what have I done? I've lost my buttons. I'm rearranging. I'm getting rid of my tackle shop in my bedroom, so there's a mess there of me rearranging. I don't know how to bring back my screen. Anybody know the hotkey for this? Interesting. The realism. Here, let me put my camera hat back on. Take some of that washed out. It's F9. F9? She's a very pretty dog and a very good dog. For a little pound pup, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Growing up, I'd always heard dogs that, or Yeah, dogs that had had puppies were never good pets. She said, like, I don't remember how many the vet estimated, like 6 or 7 litters of puppies. She was pregnant when we agreed to adopt her. And then I wanted to adopt all of her puppies. Is the National Dog Show, is that today? Some hillbilly BS? Yeah, probably. It keeps telling me there's fish on there, and then they don't reel in. I wonder if I should try a bigger hook. Tommy, do you have a hook size you like for rough? Maybe I need to go up. I'm using tiny, tiny hooks. Today after the parade? There was a parade? You're doing like a 12-ish. I'm doing a 24. Maybe that's my problem. But I am sometimes catching those. Let's try. See if it slows the bite way down. I'm not going to go all the way up to 12. I think Tommy's wrong, as usual. I'm going to go to a 14. I didn't have a lot of options. Don't bring up aquarium loaches right now, Doge. Jesus Christ, man. I'm so sorry. Somebody's loach died, and I didn't react well to it today. But you're the insensitive one. An autopsy and everything. At least they're a good sport, you know? I guess I'm gonna try a size 12, but I don't trust Tommy. Some of those roughs get pretty big, though. And I just keep catching micro 3 spines. I think they're always micro. Alright, who's been keeping count of the number of fish per minute I've been catching? It seems like they're still biting pretty hot. Though the littler ones are better for squishing. Why do I have so few hooks? Who did it? Rev Banger, thank you for the 10 gift subs. 10 gift subs. Oh, there's an 18. I like that size. That's nice. It wasn't on there. I got a little smoked salmon there. Last of my food. Gonna have to do a Thanksgiving cooking stream. Cooking streams are great. You haven't seen a lot of Russian fishing for cooking. Pickles? I do need to make a few pickles. Why does it keep not being there? Don't send me food, then I can't cook. Oh, Tommy's pickles. They're freshly pickled, too. My wacky worms really died out. I just had to talk about it. Oh. Hog. Hog from behind the log. The peas led. I'm gonna downsize this one. I do feel like it casts so far out. It's fucking snowing out and I hate it. Whoa, Rev Banger. Thank you so much. That's a buttload of subs. Pastrami. Oh, I hit Dick Snake. And my little brother. I think that's my little brother. Maybe not. Also, he's not even subbed to me. What a dick. Dustmask, thank you for the 22 months. Weeloo, thank you for the 60 months. It's interesting that it pulled from old followers before people actively in chat. And now this, I know. Plus his girlfriend came over yesterday and cooked jalapeno poppers and then left her messy dishes all over the place. like jalapeno poppers. I like the taste of jalapeno poppers, but the texture is weird. Just inject the flavoring in my mouth. It also may have hit people who've never been here before too, really? I mean, I assume that can happen. I didn't assume it could happen to someone of my size. You know, there's like 170,000 followers it could pick through, right? It could at least pick a follower. How many players does this support for multiplayer? Infinite. There is no true standing next to each other fishing multiplayer, though, APK. It is all instance-based. No player contact. You can do tournaments, and even that, you can't see each other. But everyone is sharing the same time and weather and fish behavior. Which is interesting. Yeah, I'm getting a lot less fish. A lot of bites, a lot less fish. If you want to fish like standing next to each other, then Fishing Planets or Ultimate Fishing Sim. Even though I think Ultimate Fishing Sim is a horrible video game. Oops, this one doesn't have a lock set on the distance it can cast, huh? Let's squish some fish. Not frogs, fish. I get them randomly to Isaac streamers still. I'll go to look at my emotes and there'll be some Isaac streamer I don't recognize. Who must have mentioned my name or something. A new Minnesota State record muskie was set today. That's exciting. Intergalactic fishing. No, I haven't. 55 pounds. That's a hog. What was the record before? Does it say? Now that is a chunk panda. Is that you? Do it, coward. You won't. Apparently that record was 3 days ago. The previous record was 54 pounds. A 64-year-old record, though. .75 inches and a 29-inch girth. It's a hog. Where you ass fishing, Jasky? Asshole? 29-inch girth, yeah. Yeah, that is cool fishing noose. I love when new records gets that. Knuckle deep in its gill. Ah, Volkov. What'd you get? What'd you get? Did you finally get a new reel? No, it's butthole. Oh. Alright. Well, you know, you can do that, I guess. I learned, unfortunately, while researching some fishing YouTube stuff. Did you get the caliber? Sweet. That, people put their thumb on a fish's butthole to get its fingers, or its fins to stand up. So that it looks nicer for the photo. Yeah, I wish somebody would do that to me right before I got photos taken of me. How much further can you go down this river? This thing is huge. Oh wow, a long ways. That's a big, broad whitefish you caught there. Man, how could you ever fish all of this? You'd have to invest like a lot of your time. Like months. No, I don't, Sinister. But thanks for the offer, I guess. Weirdos in chat. Why does it keep saying there's a fish on, and then I reel it up and there ain't no fish on? Sorry, I was trying to cast into the world. Now that I found out there's water under there. That's where the big ones are hiding. They do not have fish finders. They're for trolling. More than anything. And getting to places you can't walk. Like, you know, this is where you spawn, so you can't get over here unless you take a boat. Or over here. Here. Yeah, this hook change has really slowed things down. It appears to be Tommy lying again, and you getting shamed with a fish loss. Some things never change. Sometimes those fish just pop off. Yeah, it was a lake minnow. Oh. Oh. Could have worked. It's a little over an ounce, right? For my weed days, 28.5 grams is an ounce, I think, something like that. From my weed days. We'll give little smooches in your little mustache. Or is it 29.5? I don't remember. Where's the weeders in chat? They'll know. $28.5? Yeah. I thought so. What's a weeder? One who does the weed. Yeah, I heard about his rough extravaganza, but then he's been playing for a while now and I haven't seen him even catch a fish, let alone any trophies. Or so you hear. Hell no, null signal. You put 20 grams in the bag and a piece of lettuce. Well, that fucker's sit in there for an hour, and then that bag weighs 35 grams, and the dude thinks you're giving him a hell of a deal. And then he wonders why his weed won't smoke right, because it's fucking soaking wet from all the moisture it absorbed from that piece of lettuce. One of those dudes, huh? You mean like a shady drug dealer? Yeah. I actually started it once because I bought some like really horrible brickweed that was just like fall apart into dust in your hands dry. And somebody's like, oh, try a piece of lettuce. It'll add some moisture back to it. And then I reweighed this fucking pound I had, and it was like 1.5 pounds. And I was like, holy shit. Glad you never got scammed that you know of. I guarantee you got scammed. A piece of lettuce is a half pound of water. No, 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 no. When I did like the whole pound of marijuana, it was a lot more than lettuce. What piece of lettuce? It was like a piece per bag. See, Tommy ain't even catching any fish. He soaked 3 pounds in a bathtub to make 7. Yeah, people are pretty gullible too. I guess I'm gonna. There were worse things we did, like just sell candle wax as crack. At least the weed one, you still got weed. Help they didn't do drugs in the surviving part. Isn't that unethical? I think it is. I think it is. Because the dude's addicted to crack, right? So now... Am I about to get mauled by a bear? But now the dude doesn't have any money or any crack. Yeah. And then he's just gonna end up doing something dumb to acquire more. Though crackheads were my favorite because they always had stuff to trade. And it was just random things like vacuums, Funyuns, hats, clothing, shoes. Yeah, I once got a vacuum and a bag of Funyuns. And made the dude vacuum my apartment first. Huff propane? Yeah, I know quite a few people who've fried their brain on huffing gas. That was very popular around here. Also, nothing worse than sitting next to a kid in school that huffs gas, because he just smells like the ground at a gas station. I don't think there's actually a bear on this map. There is on another map. Speaking of Thanksgiving, my favorite drug story ever was on Thanksgiving with my girlfriend. We were at her grandparents' with her whole family, and her grandma walks up to me and is like, "I hear you have weed. I'd like to buy some." And I was like, "This is weird, but okay." And then we're all sitting down in the dining room, like a formal dining room, to have Thanksgiving dinner, and we're waiting on grandma, and the bathroom's connected to the dining room, and you just hear flick, 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 and she's just in there blazing it up before Thanksgiving dinner. Must have been some rough dinners. They had a wild life. Her husband did like a bunch of years in prison for a big Ponzi scheme in California. And like every time you talk to him about it, he was like very happy with his decision to commit such Ponzi scheme and serve time in prison. What's a Ponzi scheme? Where you get a bunch of people to invest money into a fake project or idea or concept, basically stealing their money under the idea that you're going to make them money. He must have had enough Doge hidden away that it was worth it. No, a pyramid scheme is different, right? Ponzi specifically fake investments. Pyramid's all this weird, you make money so that I make money and then we make money together. Got that grandma's number? She's gotta be dead by now. I thought this tree would have fish in it. It did snag my lines, though. Did she become a regular customer? No, she was just visiting from California. They had a house there that they'd make us occasionally sit. I don't know why we would occasionally. If they rented it out or something. Their family was just chock full of weird, dude. She grew up as a child actress, and her mother spent all her money on drugs. And her grandpa was a Ponzi schemer, and her dad was a deadhead. No, not the rich family with the boat. A deadhead? Someone who did too much acid while pursuing the Grateful Dead on tour? She's the one whose family was in the sex cult. was technically a church, but, you know, like most churches, it was a cult. Most child actors, yeah, it was bad. A lot of bad stories, not many good ones. The worst story was that she turned down the role for the little girl in Waterworld to star in some movie with Mark Hamill. This story would be way cooler if I could tell you I dated the little girl from Waterworld. Instead, she was just like one of the Ack voices in Mars Attacks. Waterworld was a huge flop, though, and like predicted to be a huge flop. And the movie she was in was like a sequel to an already successful movie. If one of them says they're a black raptor from outer space, Doge, get the fuck out. Alright? Run. What's Waterworld about? First of all, the title says it all. It really says it all. But secondly, how have you not seen Waterworld? It's pretty bad, but like it's a cult 90s movie or early 2090s, probably 90s. Yeah, it's fun. It's pretty bad. But a big part of my youth. Yeah, a kid from my town thought he was a black raptor from outer space when he was in the military, then came home and murdered a girl. That's why I told Doge to avoid black raptors from outer space. The Gen Zs call it a glizzy? Isn't that like Australian or British slang? Yeah, you can Google him. The article might still exist. It's getting old now, but he thought he was a black raptor from outer space and was at the age of 25. He was going to get taken back to his home world, so he murdered a girl without concern. He's still in prison. I just talked to his cousin the other day. And he's like 33 or 4 now, so that didn't work out for him. Oh, is it Maryland? Urban Dictionary. This man's gobbling on that glizzy. Hate it. He's so sad. It is very sad. Also very funny. It was very funny up until the murder. He was the first sleepover I ever had. Was at his house. I left early. I think because I wet the bed. You thought I'd have been the serial killer. DC slang? I don't know what it's from. It's horrible though. It should go away. It's definitely not new though. It's been around for a long time. Pissing doesn't make you a serial killer? Are you sure? I bet every serial killer pissed, Jasky. Oh no! I don't have enough of these little freaks! I ain't got shit. I mean, I knew when I was staying at his house that he was a raptor. I was staying with his brother, though. Or his cousin. I don't know. They had a weird family. He had a different last name. I'm not even sure. But everywhere he went, he was a raptor. I knew him from 6 years old till 14 or 15 years old, and he never spoke. And he did perfect raptor walk everywhere he went. And then the United States Army was like, sure, you can join. We'll send you to Iraq. How could that possibly go wrong? Here's a gun, little dinosaur boy. So that was really bad money over there, but I got no but. I did get some levels in bait crafting. I need to cook. I'm pretty sure the best cooking prices are in Oldburg, right? Or, yeah, Oldburg has the best grocery store. Let's go to Oldburg. Do some cooking for Thanksgiving. Is coffee better than tea? Is there like an actual stat sheet for food? They changed food a bit too, right? Alright, let's see. Food. I need some salt. I think I just have cookies. Caviar. Homemade wine. These aren't the things we're making. Well, I guess I could make mulled wine. I think that shit's expensive. Coffee gives you a quick energy injection, and tea's better for comfort. Inventory. So that's the problem. You can't see what you can cook until you're over a fire. Some of it requires fish, which I just won't have. What am I looking for? Food. Oh no, I have salt. I have a whole bunch of salt. Holy shit. And pepper and buckwheat and eggs. I already got a ton of food. All right, let's go craft first. Where's the fire here? Why's it gotta be so far away? This ground is crunchy. It's that goat from Jurassic Park tied up to a tree over there. Oh, I can dry sichels? Man, I should keep those. I catch the shit out of those sometimes. Smoked salmon, I can't do yet, huh? I can bake apples. Do I have any apples? No. I can shish kebab with some pork. Don't have any pork. Can smoke salmon, catfish, bream, and zander. I think I sold all. It's got to be a 2 kilo bream. I can bake potatoes. What the fuck is that thingy? I don't have a cooking pot? Isn't this a cooking pot? I don't remember having to have a cooking pot for this. Any fish? Dude, I should get some fish. Wine and spices for mulled wine. Damn. Pike cutlets. That sounds delicious. I should get some pike. 3 kilogram to 10 kilogram? I'm out of butter. Fried potatoes with bacon? No bacon. So basically I'm missing everything. Sausages on a stick, though. Boy, that ain't fast. The sausages go in something else? Am I wasting these? I don't think so. Man, support Morphling. You just wanted to sneak that into chat? You just really needed to let somebody know that happened, so you just threw that into a random conversation? Oh man, sausages are leveling me. Worth. This cooking was everything you hope for, by the way. Welcome to Thanksgiving cooking stream. Sausages on a stick. One for everybody. I wonder how many sausages I have. I'm out. I'm not out. I lied to you. That pack was empty. Why do the sausages look like they come in like a tin cigarette pack? Cook it up, kill the monk. It's a decent sized sausage. Could feed at least one man. Is there a way to see how many? Oh, dude, I'm. Wait a minute. Do I have 10 packs of sausages? Sweet Jesus. Alright. Is there something else to do with these sausages? Why would I buy so many? need a cook. Chat, write down everything I need. I need a cooking pot. Write it down. I need fish. I need wine and spices. I need bacon. I think bacon's at a special spot. I need butter. And wheat flour. Good writing, Cassie. You're back from the store? Did you bring wheat flour and butter? You know what? While I click through all these sausages. Think we'll hear that from way over here? I don't know if you can actually hear it in the menu. Did anyone see what my cooking was at when it went by really fast? What was it right there, Chad? You had a second. Oh, you're too small to cook. It's not 100%? Yeah, well that doesn't help me. I'm wondering how close we're getting to new recipes. Oh, you had more time there. I didn't see it again. I've shit myself twice as an adult. I mean, we don't count kid times, but twice. 53 and a half? Nice. You're just gonna get sick if you go to India. That sounds right. I trust you. Damn it, those aren't big enough bream either. Oh, I could use some pork too. Put that on the list, chat. You're so good at making grocery lists. Where do you do the cucumbering at? Is that just in my inventory? Yeah. I should really finish the sausages. Doesn't wash their hands after shitting. Mmm. Pleasant. I don't think I'm brave enough to go to a place like India. I'd starve to death. I don't like enough food to travel to a place like India. That's terrifying to me. At least jail had cornbread. I could survive on cornbread. Is there tons of Western food? Oh. Just very little beef. I could live without beef. Like, not for very long, but, you know, for a visit. Oh, I have these clips still. Time to make some pickles so I don't gotta rely on Tommy for nothing. All right. Ready for a squishy sausage? Moist. Your angler is full and doesn't need food. Don't tell me. What I am or am not. Probably not fair, no. But you could sneak over and steal half their cow in the middle of the night. Now that's probably fair. What's yours is mine. Wait, that's not how that song goes. Close enough, though. All right, chat. Grocery list. Hit me. Not lemonade. That wasn't on the list. Whatever some kefir is. Sutherland. Canned pork apparently doesn't work as pork. Cooking pot, fish, wine, spices, bacon, butter, wheat flour. Wheat flour. Wheat flour is expensive. Butter? I bet butter's expensive. Oh, and then drink stuff, yeah. Tea or coffee. They're out of coffee. We don't want 500 portions of tea. 100 seems like a lot, honestly. Butter is expensive. What else was there? Bacon. I don't think we can get that here. We can get pork, but that's pretty expensive. But like, we'll do a little. It's Thanksgiving after all. Spices for mulled wine. There wasn't any wine though, was there? Oh, I thought I clicked alcohol earlier and I clicked drinks. What's the cheapest wine? Is this a wine? Beer. What the fuck? That champagne I have is $4 grand? Who sent me $4,000 champagne? I've drank multiple bottles of that. Oh wait, that's 160 portions. Okay. I feel like if Doge played this game, he'd just collect the alcohol. Is this really the cheap? I feel like there was a cheaper wine. Nice fish joke, Rev Banger. Good one. I don't want to spend $100 on wine. I did it anyway. Pie time? Cheese pie? This game has everything. Yeah. Getting drunk makes you more comfortable, like in the rain, and gives you an experience bonus. Because if you can catch a fish drunk, you're going to be better catching them sober. You need energy to dig, too? Sipping on that mulled wine? Oh man, we got fish all over here. You're too small, you idiot. You're itty bitty. Boy, I miss the days of Old Berg. What are you? Too small? I think I might be able to dry you. There's not a fish on there? Oh. Alright, I was lied to. Bamboozled. Let's get cooking, boys. Oh, I don't have a coffee maker. Wait, I didn't get coffee anyway. Good thing I didn't get a coffee. Ah! Sorry. We only gotta do this 100 times, chat. Count it down. $99 bottles of tea on the wall. 99 bottles of tea. I still get skill from tea? Intermission. Check the bells. Oh, it takes 2. Oh no, I can dry that roach. I'm sanding the moisture out of him. Too much counting? I knew you were a coward. Oh, is that supposed to be a salt shaker? Yeah, that was heavy salt. I thought it was a sandpaper. What's my cooking at now? Going up twice from tea, baby. The other ingredient was salt, so your answer probably makes more sense than sandpaper, but I was just going by my ears. Excuse me? No fish? Happy Thanksgiving. And thanks for the 8 months. Ah, we were massaging the salt in with paper of sand. Movie The Golden Calf. Thank you for the 19 months. I really wish you just didn't have to click. If I could just mash spacebar. Or why not just let me craft 50 times? 54.3. 2 in a row? Take that, Tommy. Should be 55. I'm getting absolutely dunked on. Let's fish on this one. Who? I lied. Yeah, they said they were having issues with inventories taking too long to load, Jasky. They stacked lures too, which is interesting because there was the different looking lures and stuff. Does yours? Maybe mine will when I'm done. Maybe it's just the old ones. Yeah, see, this says like 5 piece, 6 portion. This just says 333 portions. Yeah, it's the old food. Food did, it got changed. All the inventory stuff got changed so that it stacks now. Did I just cast across this fucking pond? Yup, way across. Oh shit, I can fish the bridge from here? If I would have known that. Oh. If anyone hasn't been around for all of the Russian fishing, this was a spot we've probably fished for 2 weeks straight back in the newbie days. Well, that spot over there. But we used to fish straight at our feet. Strong, man. Yeah, I've gotten good at casting in my old age. I wonder if the bridge is still good. Anyone ever go back and check it out? Well, that one's got a fish on it, so... So you're right. Yeah, there's some monsters here. So that's what makes that bridge really good. Is you can... So fish tend to swim away from you, right? So there's a lot of things you can get into with steering fish. But that bridge is a pond back there. So basically, fish can't spool you. It's very unlikely. They do occasionally swim under your feet, but it's very rare. So it was a very popular newbie spot when you first get to Oldburg. Red Banger, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh, it's not max power. Oh. I still have my line clipped. That was the eel spot that didn't catch any eel. And apparently caught a single... I landed on the bridge and it rolled off. Alright, that spot might be too good to cook. Why does this keep happening to me where it says there's a fish on and then there isn't? None of those actually made it over the bridge. They're like under it. The crow shouldn't even be 11 months. Making some hot tea. Lasts years in these thermoses. I need a thermos like this. Gross, dung beetle. Is that line moving? Yes. What kind of fish is it, chat? Name that pokefish. Common carp. I win. It's a crucian, I think. Fuck. I lose. What are you doing, Pole? What? I'm getting in the tent? I don't want to get in the tent. New ability available, salmon steak. Mmm. We're gonna have a hella sweet Thanksgiving dinner. We got sausages, one dried roach, a fuck ton of tea, some cute pickles. Is it sweet tea? No, it's hot tea. But it's an elephant on the package, so you know it's good. Why aren't those bells jingling? Came there to buy shit, never leaving. I've never had a salmon steak. Is it actually something special, or is it just a salmon fillet that they call a steak? Fuck's crosscut mean? Has both sides of the fillet. Huh. That's a fair answer, Revbanger. Fair answer. Sorry, sometimes I flash back to my days of Family Feud. It's okay to try something once, not like it, and never try it again. There's enough food out there. You don't gotta do it all. Thank you for the 50 months, Coinstar. That's just not. Steak's amazing. I mean, I'm here to say I love it, but if you only ever want to eat something once and then never eat it again, that's fine. Alright, I keep hearing them jingle, but none of them are going. Oh, that thing's like in the weeds on the other side of the lake. You're on, right? Yeah. Name that fisherman. I don't even know. A roach? A gibble carp. Tiny fish. A roach. Too small to dry. The bridge has not been producing. I had some banana bread today, some chocolate chip banana bread today. It's pretty good. Who's ruining these shish kebabs with onions? Unsuccessful. Oop, hit my microphone. Yeah, some chocolate chip banana bread. Anti-onion propaganda. Dude, I tuned into Justin's Thanksgiving Depression-a-thon today, and I was so excited that I tuned in just to see that he burned the fuck out of his onions, and I was like, hell yeah, take that, you stupid onions. I'm sure everything Justin made was full of onions. He's a freak. don't know how you catch so many accidental catfish, Tommy. They'll bite other shit, Jesse. They'll bite lures, actually, if you're Tommy. And then you have to fight them for an hour and a half, again, if you're Tommy. Delay my stream by an hour and a half. I think that's all I had to cook. Till I catch fish. Oh. What's this? Oh no, are you fucking kidding me? That's gotta be hung up on a bridge or something, right? Yeah. There was definitely a fish there. I mean, it's only a 10-kilo reel. I just didn't expect success. Oh, there's a fish on there. I think it's just hung up. Be careful, if you catch an ass too big, people will send you messages all week asking you where you caught it. Oh, I think I can cook that one. Yeah, that's hung up on something. Oh, Jesse. I swore I could cook this carp. Takes 3 of them? I didn't get any bacon. Oh, I did get stuff for Russian pancakes. Mamma mia! No, food doesn't go bad. Yeah, Corey still fucks. The only thing I found I enjoy fishing more than Corey is, well, no. One of the rivers. One of the later rivers. I just like the places that have a ton of variety. Well, I gotta make my mulled wine too, you're right. Have you swam free yet? Nope. I gotta pee. I mean, I'm making it over a campfire, Doge. It's not perfect. You don't make very much. All right. I'm out of the butter already, too? Boiled crawfish. Burbot liver. You've decided to become a true winemaker. Start with homemade wine. Apple cider. Potato moonshine. Bread wine. Fish soup. Isn't potato moonshine just vodka? Yeah, but like made in a moonshine still. At home. It'll be a long walk to get this pole unstuck. Now this is content. I better reel up that slack before I lose my fish. There's not a fish on here anymore. Oh yeah, I remember this snag. I don't think there's any way I'm getting it out. Might be time to take my leave. It's the middle of the night, though. was my Thanksgiving? I made some venison burgers and ate cheeses and didn't wear pants, so it was alright. Uh-oh, my arm's stuck. I've lost my arm. Ah! Found it. Yeah, but I found my dog, so it's fine. It's never actually gone. Oh, it was 100 gram. Disappointing. Wonder if they're fast bait catching though. Burbot and char. And they added a new whitefish, but I haven't tried to target it. It's a fish guild. 2 L's. It's a good place to level, or place to fish at level 21. I mean, level's irrelevant, it's gear. You could be level 21 and have wasted all your fucking money on booze and lures. Because the reality is you just gotta match what you're fishing for to your gear or you're gonna be inefficient. Been fishing Cory effectively. Until you get into the 10 plus kilo stuff, it's hard to move from Cory in my opinion. The fish size on Cory is crap now? I've been doing great on Cory. But I've had to downsize my lures. I've been doing a lot with spinners on Cory. I don't remember what unlocks. You just have bear. You don't have Volkov yet, do you? I did most of my leveling on Cory until Volkov. I skipped over bear because the big carp are just a burden. You do have Volkov? I like Volkov a lot. That was where I went from Cory. The only bitch with that is you're right back into trolling again. So if you wanted to do some bottom fishing, bear has some really good spots. It's just there's always that chance you're gonna have a 30-pound common carp steal your shit. I found some good spots on bear finally. I just feel like bear is similar to amber, man. You gotta stick and move. When the spot dries up, you gotta swap. It's not like Oldberg, how you used to. Well, I mean, I'm not catching anything here now either. The blue-eyed bream. Yeah, I never did a lot of bream fishing except when I was getting into early cut bait. Sura's good bottom fishing. You're not quite at Sura yet, are you, Tommy? Is that next for you? I mean, you're just in between lakes, right? Because you had Bear, which was a good bottom lake. Volkov was the pretty mixed lake. The bottom fishing's not bad here. Really good bream and burbot. And then, yeah, you're back to spinning and float on donuts. Sura's got a lot of really good bottom fishing, but there's a lot of species that just aren't worth anything that are big, like wild carp and stuff like that. I'll head to Bear. Will I head to Bear? I haven't done it in forever. I'm so out of the loop with boily stuff lately. Nah, they just reworked Tori. Unless you haven't played Yama. Yama just sucks as $100 to go there. I'm gonna go to Yama, I guess. And cook some salmon. You're between Sura and Ladoga? I love Ladoga, but I think I'm alone in that fact. Ladoga's big boy Balea. Actually, technically this is, but I feel like it's gets as much love as Balea. It does suck because it's 100 gold, but I did still go here. I don't remember what I was doing here. I was just figuring this place out when I quit. I was throwing spoons at stuff. And I don't think I ever got anything going with bottom rods here. Ever. I do not remember this place hardly at all. I don't know that I was even jig stepping here with the current. I can't remember. Balea is the least likely to spool you because there's one massive fish. Just one. Yeah, that's Tarkov in a nutshell. Or not Tarkov. Russian fishing in a nutshell. The minute you unlock a place, prepare to be spooled. I've never had a big ass at Balea. I should check the lure list, see what's hot here, because this place was really finicky. It was a lot of fish, but it was just, there's so many species and you'd always end up in the shitty chums. It's still just the Satoris, huh? Oh, a topwater on there. Love that. Oh, and the walker. I love topwater. Was it that walker? The one I have? .008? 001. They're not identical. They look identical to me. I have 006. Apparently they're just all shiny. there's a fish. It's instantly the species. These were worth a ton. 8K experience for a tiny one like that. The cohos were pretty rare before. I think they're also the one that can get massive, right? I didn't pay attention to the size of those that were on the record list. Oh, is it 5 kilo? Which one's the real big one? Chinooks are the big boy. This rod's too small for this, isn't it? Or too big for this. Clearly, the answer is squirrel. How does salmon feel about eating squirrels? You can't walk the dog with a squirrel. I'm upset. Are there pike out here? Maybe I'll get a monster pike. I think they're on the other side, maybe? There are not pike. Oh, it looks like lots of things on the walker, huh? The walker's just hot. Even the round whitefish. Even the lanach. Topwater is making a huge stand in this game. It was such a dead fishing type for so long. But unfortunately my rod is just a little too heavy for the walker to cast super far. I mean, I could downsize. I can run the walker on this, huh? Isn't the walker fucking 12 grams? 13.6. Gross. What about the original walker? I mean, you can only get spooled at quarry if you're not in a boat. You were in a boat? Well, then you just played very badly, sir. There's no other answer. You just set your rod down and drive after the thing. Or you were trolling 3 rods, in which case you were asking for trouble. I bet you didn't close your bail. Or you had no line in that rod. I drove all the way around Corey the other day with my bail open and didn't get spooled. That was an insta hit. Is that a chum? I've never even caught one of these. Beautiful. Look at the little teethers on it. 33,000 experience, too. I think it just hit the water. I didn't even move it. Excuse me? 2 of them? My camera's over my radar. Nobody knows where I am. Yeah, but it's a Russian rainbow, so... It's like reading rainbow, but a little bit different. In Russian. Butterfly knife in the sky. That was like 3 fish in a row. Not even upset if it stops now. I have no idea what speed people run topwater at. This speed seems to be doing okay. Is that another? Oh no, that's the chum. He's close to the cooking range, I think. Sometime in the next 12 hours? Hell yeah. Yeah, I didn't love this river. I mean, it's funny because I like Corey for the I usually like the randomness, but this one doesn't feel random. It feels like chum, 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 a random fish. Though I did start off today with 3 fish that weren't chum, so... Now it's chum season. I definitely prefer topwater fishing it though to the old days of spooning it. I find jig stepping incredibly tedious. There's nothing worse than a full 100% cast, jig stepping it all the way back and getting nothing. That's pain and suffering. Yeah, there's catfish in them waters, Chasky. At least it didn't take you an hour. People thought they were going to add fly fishing to this. Oh, hello. You're cute. It can be both. So topwater is spinning. Topwater is a category of spinning. Spin fishing in this is using a lure. Oh my god, I'm catching so much variety. I'm loving this. Yeah, when you get bigger gear catfish, become less obvious immediately what they are. They actually move around on you a bit. When you have small gear, they just fucking lay there like logs. And your drag's going tick, tick, tick. I fucked that cast up. Chum. I really wish I could throw this thing a tiny bit further. Oh man, come back. It's so wild, isn't it? Ooh, a little red one. Sockeye. Chum. Is chum actually a species, or is it just representing a fish that's already gonna die? Like, those look like what we call zombies here. Chum is a species? Okay. They look all gross and dying like our salmon after they spawn. Boop. 10,000 hours, that's a hell of a commitment. I've been playing video games for a profession for 8 years and I don't have 10,000 hours in anything. There's different types of fish meats, and then yeah, you get into diet, you get into water as well. That's one that doesn't get talked about enough either. Is like uh, where fish live. Even the season can affect how good a fish tastes or how bad a fish tastes. If they're a fish that tends to hang out in shallow water in the summer, they'll get incredibly gross and mushy. So many different things on stream. I mean, 10,000 hours is a lot. I played Isaac every single day for like 4 years. And only managed to I think I only hit like 5,000 hours. That's 3 hours that's 3.25 hours a day, every single day of the year for 8 years to hit 10,000 hours in a video game. Which is really what I was saying, was the guy was lying about his 10,000 hours, but chat made me say it. 10,000 hours is like the classic number I hear from somebody who wants to say they have a lot of hours in them. I don't think Cobalt Street has hit 10,000 hours in Isaac. And he literally has been playing that game every single day for 9 years as his job. Yeah, but that's leaving it on, Raptor, right? Like, you can just leave it on. That doesn't count as playing 10,000 hours. And every one of us that's saying we have X amount of hours is leaving out AFK time that just happens naturally, right? I mean, I don't actually... Oh, I can check to compare with Cobalt? I probably could check Cobalt's hours in Isaac. I know I got up to 365 days on one character in WoW, which is a lot of hours. Yeah, my hours on everything are illegitimate. The only one I really tried hard to be accurate with was Isaac. I mean, there are people who don't, unfortunately, like, don't have a choice, like, don't have a life either, you know, that get in insane hours in games. I know a few people like that who are homebound, can't leave their home, can't do much else, who do invests have the amount of time in games that seems unfathomable. there's lots of games that's possible for sure. This is even one that's possible. You certainly could invest. There is 10,000 hours worth of content to be had here. Absolutely. You still wouldn't have everything. Yeah, I don't remember my math on Han. I had thousands of games played, though. I think like 3,000 games played. And the average game in Han was like 36 minutes, so there's some math there to do my time. It used to actually say on the website the average length of your game when you looked at your profile. I remember that. $25,000 hours spent at work, yeah. That was why I was doing the math off my, like I said, I would have had to have played a game every day for the entire time I've been streaming 8 years, 3 hours a night for 8 years to have achieved 10,000 hours. Now, that obviously gets super lopsided when you have games like Isaac where I spent some nights playing it for 18 hours. And that is how I achieved like 4,000 hours in that game, but it's the only one I have anywhere near that kind of time on. I think I have like 700 hours in this, and I've definitely left it on accident multiple times. And it was my second most streamed game last year. Or third. It was top 3 streamed game for me last year. Which is funny, considering I try to just sneak it in for like a month at a time, here and there. It's drying up down here. You only have 1,400 on it? Yeah. I only have 4,000 because it's combining the 2 games, right? I hit more hours in the first Isaac than the second. Yeah, you missed all the exploration part of Isaac where we were all still figuring shit out. That took forever. Like, all the well-known Isaac streamers just didn't care to actually learn the game. That just wasn't something people were doing. You don't even play games, Doge. Well-known fact. You play the weather. There's fucking wizards in Russia. My favorite one on Corey is where it just says the middle of the lake. It feels very much like the game is saying, duh, you asshole, you're in the middle of the fucking lake. So where was this? That one hit close to shore. Little Pinky. Hunter Call of the Wild you talking about? Isn't that game free anyway? No. I don't know. I think they have multiple versions of that game, if I'm not mistaken, so... The version I play, I enjoy very much. See you, Symphony. Alright, we're gonna move on. Though that wasn't bad. We can come back. The Hunter is free? Yeah, I think you're right. I can't remember, was Call of the Wild free before the DLCs? I know originally Hunter Call of the Wild had a free-to-play game that was really fucking poorly reviewed because it had a shitty monetization. And then Hunter Call of the Wild kind of redeemed them, if I'm not mistaken. The cool part with Hunter Call of the Wild 2 is you don't have to have the DLCs to play them. You can join off friends or other people, other randos, and play the DLC maps. Some of the DLC maps are kind of bleh, but... I wish they would have not given up on progression in that game. At some point they decided it was better off for them to sell microtransaction gear than to have progression. And that has ruined my desire to go back very often. They also just like gave money away a couple times for long-standing players. No, I never did anything sponsored with them. These people gave me some shit to give away and wanted to sponsor me, but they had insane demands. They basically demanded that I became a full-time Russian fishing 4 streamer. And Fishing Planet gave us some stuff to do with it as well. And by demanded, I mean if I wanted to be sponsored by them, I had to do like X amount of Russian Fishing 4 content a day or a stream. And I was like, nah. And I don't think there was even money on the line. It was just like currency. And some advertising. What's my biggest sponsor I accepted? Madrina's Coffee was the only one that was like decent money. I've done a lot of one-up sponsors that are silly money. I did one with Pepsi, one with the Jelly Bean Company, Sony, Sega, Wizards of the Coast. Oh, Nestle. My favorite sponsor. Madrinas gave me the most money. Nestle was probably the funniest one, because I totally blew it and owned it at the same time. Not only did I get published in British news media for being a bad father, I ended the sponsored segment with "fuck you, you piece of fucking shit. Take that," or something along those lines. Just a obscene amount of profanity. Yeah, that was the drumstick vision, which would have like they were doing a Canadian commercial with it. I did do a Canadian commercial for something, but I don't remember what it was. And they wanted clips from all the silly shit we did with ice cream cones. And like the most epic moment of my whole stream, and I burst out into a bunch of fuck yous. But like I beat a dude in PUBG wearing ice cream cones on my eyes. And it doesn't seem like that would hinder you. If you have any idea how your eyes work, you'd understand how much it hinders you. And got first place in the process. Conventional reels for? Conventional reels have incredible power. If you, I don't know how much you knew about mechanism strength or whatever. Like the Beluga Narga, for example, I think is like a nearly 40 kilogram break strength, even though it only has a 16.5 kilo drag. So that means you can run those big fish down like sturgeon, and then still reel them in on a locked out drag. That's how people land 700 kilogram fish and stuff like that, is because the reel is secretly much stronger than the drag is. Yeah, lock break is how they land all that shit. I had to do it with my ultralight the other day. It was terrifying, but I couldn't move the fish. Yeah, the way to catch those 100 kilo plus sturgeon is really goofy. You turn your drag all the way down and just let them run themselves till they're tired. Then lock your drag out and reel them in. This sounds simple, but obviously you're like always one mistake away from blowing your shit up. And letting a fish run that long, you have to be able to corner it or chase it, or both. Like that weird Scandinavian city that corners all the dolphins and murders them in the bay. That's pretty much how you have to catch those big sturgeon. Yeah, most of the time conventional reels are for throwing Sneak up on that bear and put my thumb in its bum. Look at the cute little baby. They're swimming. I'm gonna catch him. I'm gonna catch him. Oh, dang it. I missed. I want to snag me a 100-pounder. I missed. He gone. Yeah, and they also have like really high durability, I think, being the Baitcasters, the conventional reels. Like everything about them, line wear and everything's better, I'm pretty sure. It is IRL. Evening Awfuls. How's the fishing? Not bad. I'm just kind of throwing this fucking top water all over the place, and it's been okay. It's the most I've enjoyed Yama. I'm catching a lot less chum than I did in the original. Last time I played was when Yama came out, so. And it was a lot of chum. The fishing was decent, but it was just a ton of the same chum over and over and over. Have I fished for halibut in real life or the game? No. Prices in general, I think, for the mid-tier stuff all went up too. Yeah, Baitcasters are a massive waste of money. They're complete endgame bullshit. I remember somewhere in here was pretty good at one point. I mean, any baitcaster isn't worth it until endgame. It is a total waste. There's nothing there except making you waste skill points and reducing your ability to fish multi-species. What is end game in fishing? Trying to catch the biggest fish that's ever been caught in the game. Trying to set records. Which is where you get into specialized gear for record setting and stuff like that. Yeah, it can be catching the biggest frog that's ever been caught. But, you know, there really are massive, and like these records to show that they're like still possible. This was caught this year. These were both caught. All of these were caught this year, actually. I think this is a new species. But anyway, look at the gap between even just first and second, but the gap between first and fifth. And that isn't anywhere near the biggest fish. Same deal. A 20-pound gap between first and fifth. Now here we go, though. A 250-kilogram gap between first and second. And these records are not hacked. Like most games with leaderboards, these are not hacked. These devs are incredibly observant of records. They actually can tell what fish. I love the fact, love and hate it because it freaks me out. But they can actually tell what fish is on your line. Actively, live, can know what players have hooked up. Yeah, all 4 of these were caught this year too. Or 5. Another one. Almost 100 kilos. And this record's been set for over a year. That is an insanely big fish. There was a rumor that some guy, so that's one of the devs told a guy they had like a 1,500 kilo one. What was the big one? I don't remember. But there was a rumor that the devs told a guy he was hooked up into a bigger beluga than this, and he fought it for like an IRL like 11 hours, I think, before his gear exploded. Absolutely cruel to tell him. Yeah, some of these records are 2018. These are different because they're so small that the gaps aren't very big. But even like this one, I mean, there's room there. Can you pause the game? No. So that's the thing. It's multiplayer. The clock, even though you don't see each other, the clock is live. So whatever time it is for me here, is for everybody here, right? Yeah, 2017 on the biggest Cory char, and the second biggest was caught this year. And yeah, 7 kilo gap there. These will all be. Oh wow, no. Yeah, somebody caught a really big amber, wow, that's a pretty close gap for a 50 kilogram fish, huh? Imagine missing 50 kilos by 0.001. How do you catch mussels or crayfish? I jokingly did a tournament for the other day and did not have luck. Good luck, friend. You can use bottom rods with like worms and shit, but you can also just catch them by being lucky by dragging across the ground with a lure. Oh well, the biggest pink isn't here, huh? There are some records like this where, yeah, it appears you'll never beat it. Though they're constantly fucking with shit. Ooh, the lamprey. Look how much bigger his lamprey is than everyone else's. $98 kilo taimen. Jesus Christ. My biggest is like 12. I think I set a new record for myself with riskiest catch today on my ultralight. Yeah. A 5 kilo taimen on a 2 kilo reel. $59 competitions, 25 wins. I've lost 195 fish. Wow. Caught 18,000 fish. You're 20 kilo, Cory? Yeah, you were basically on an ultralight for that. We had one person in our chat who was really good at catching taimen on Balea, but I don't remember how he did it. I think it was Jenkins. Well, I've already lost more fish this stream than I've lost the last 5 together because I was trying to catch tiny fish and they just have a higher loss rate. Nah, it was Jenkins. It was a long time ago. Probably a terrible lure for night fishing. Should be a terrible lure for night fishing. That moon just exploded over the mountain. I remember there was a different way I was jig stepping in this high current out here, but I don't remember how. When Yama first came out, we had a different way to jig step. Or maybe there was no jig step at all. Maybe it was just constant retrieve. Well, we caught a fish. Dark lures should be better at night, even in the game. But the game definitely seems to punish night fishing with lures. Sadly, because that's just not reality. I'm amazed that the game still got the player base that it has and the updates that it gets. But, you know, I'm happy to see it. Why would dark lures be used for night fishing? Because the water is so dark and the sky is so light colored. So everything dark lures cast a better silhouette against the light colored sky and the dark water. And light lures actually blend in with the light sky. I've watched a ton of underwater lure footage because I find it actually intriguing, and it's crazy how invisible like silver and white become at night. And fish usually are looking up at their food, not down. Their eyes are up here, you know. That is one reason so many fish have light bellies. Really, that makes sense, you know. Which is also why night fishing is pretty successful, though, because fish are usually looking up, and they also get blinded by the sun, just like you and I do. A lot of sight predators don't like attacking near the surface in the middle of the day because it's too fucking hard for them to see. Like if you're a topwater bass fisherman, you know, mornings and evenings before the sun comes over, cloudy days, rainy days. Those are when you're pulling your frogs out. Huge nerd when it comes to fishing. I know way too much about it, honestly. It does me more harm than good. Five-day boat rental? You're you're in for the long haul, huh? To the newer players in chat, don't buy 5-day boat rentals. That's 5 fucking hours. And they aren't that much cheaper to justify committing 5 hours of your life to You can quit and relog back in if you know you're coming back to that lake, yeah. Jesse's a chub and asp man. Tell you what, the Satori hasn't been doing me shit. The black mouse at night? How can it not work? I don't think there's taming out here. These did say they were taming lures. This mouse is trying to leave his mainland life to head to the islands. I still haven't caught anything on these $100 mice and squirrel lures. I'm upset. Island mouse. Come on, get swallowed. Who doesn't want to get swallowed? You should try traveling to Yama. It's $90 or $98. Does anyone cast wobblers successfully in this game? You've only got one tiny pike on it? Yeah, believable. I've only found that one where I was telling you I was getting them all on frogs and stuff. But I've only found one place where I even consistently get topwater hits from pike. How long do you have to fish at a location to get your travel fee back? Depends on the fish you're catching. Each fish has its own value based on its size. But yeah, usually not that long. Wobblers are great when you're trolling. Do you use Whopper Floppers over there, Led? Also, what's your hookup rate for pike on top water? Because if a lure is moving, pike miss 99% of the time. I do a lot of long pauses with pike because they just miss. They just miss so goddamn much. They're so dumb. You said you had no luck on frogs though either, right? For pike. I caught like 30 pike this year on a frog. Popping frogs. All on long, well not all on long pauses. No, yeah, all on long pauses. The rest just missed. Do you throw back top water if it misses, or do you throw back something else if it misses? With bass, I throw back something else. And have a pretty, I'd say like a 50-50 hookup rate if I throw in something else after a bass misses. Pike, I haven't had any luck with them hitting again. Throw back the same. Yeah, I haven't had any luck with that. I feel like I have if I give it a lot of time. I would throw back the same with bass. Yeah. I used to too, but I've started throwing back real quick, swapping to Senko and throwing a Senko right where I miss with my top water. And you're probably right that or you probably would get some bites again from the top water, but I just feel like the success rate of swapping to something else has been higher. Because the fish jumping and missing means it's in the mood to feed, right? You know that it wants to feed. But I do think they get gun shy of the same thing when they fail. I did a lot more top water this year. I had pretty good luck with it. Yeah, the pike I was doing top water was super shallow and super weedy, so I think they'd just get fucking, like, immediately be gone. They'd miss and be 20 feet away. And it's not like I could cover a lot of water. I had to work small areas and small slots. Yeah, we don't have any rocks really up here. A lot of weeds. Weeds and lily pads. We don't get a lot of tree, like standing trees. I know down south, especially Texas, they got a lot of flooded lakes with standing timber. Completely open water, yeah. Yeah, tons of stumps. Scary, I could imagine. Those guys ripping through there at 75 miles an hour. And all it takes is one fucking stump to rip the bottom of your boat off. Yeah, the pike up fishing, a lot of it was duckweed, which is really cool to see fish blow up in the duckweed. I love that spots like this. You're like, man, it's just gotta be fishy. And it is. It has to be. Look at it. There's no way there wouldn't be fish here, IRL. Where's the dang turkey? We almost got a bear. We're having salmon for Thanksgiving. Did I get a fish there or stuck on a rock? Stuck on a rock. Yeah, it's the best bass popper too, probably. I like the Whopper Flopper though. Did you say you have Whopper Flopper? Not really. I like the Whopper Flopper a lot because it just is versatile. It can kind of do all the top water. It can be a buzz bait. It can be a popper. You can even try to walk the dog with it, though it'll pop a little. You don't fish with it? Yeah. I like it a lot. It does really well with bass. It's not as great with a pike. Okay. Popping it, it works fine for pike. Swimming it doesn't do shit for pike. Is my name Richard, and do I have a hammer on hand? I used to. I don't anymore because I've gotten old and stopped caring to answer those things. But yes. So nothing's competed with that first spot we found. We should just go back there. What are you trolling for those asps, Jasky? Might I make a suggestion that you give it a try? I'm just curious to see if it translates to another lake. I was making such good money on asp, I should have never left, but I got bored. Where the fuck was I? Oh, I'm confused and lost. Mix of cranks and spinners. Try the top water. You don't have any top water still, do you? The original Walker was absolutely murdering the asp for me. It was bonkers. I did $1,100 in an hour. I did catch a trophy to do that, but a 300. Their asp trophies are fucking bonkers. They're 300 silver. But the following hour I did like 450 silver without a trophy. Obviously it was a different body of water, but I'm just curious to see if the topwater still carries over. They claimed to be a topwater fish. But topwater sucked in this game for a really long time. It's cool to see it's finally on the record boards. Yeah, I mostly use crankbaits. Or did. I started spooning a bit this year for the first time. Caught some decent... My two biggest pike this year were both on the spoon. I actually slowed my spoon down like I do in this game and almost jig-stepped it. And had some pretty good luck with it. Though my only muskie of the year was on a Senko. You'll report back. You would think it wouldn't work trolling, but it did. Amazingly. My 8-inch monster muskie. Yeah. Dude, that fucker was feisty. I'll tell you what, the meanest fish I've ever had in my boat. There are bears in this game. Actually, you just missed them. A mama and a baby. We chased after them and they swam across the river. It was down here somewhere. I feel like I'll recognize it when I get there. Those wet-ass sausages. No, this ain't it. I think it was here. Yeah, right in here somewhere. I like to stand next to things so I can come back to them later. Bam, fish. Should have never left. Definitely a lot of white spotted char over here. I wonder if there's a bottom bait for them. Yeah, you told me you got a malnourished one. I don't usually weigh mine, I just measure them. And then go by average weights. Though if they look freakishly obese or underweight, I guess I would. I need a sling scale. I just need a sling. I could just clip it to my scale, I guess. I don't want to use a lip scale on a pike. I like them more than... They also just have a lot more to hang than a bass does. Yeah, that's malnourished. I mean, the reason for the malnourished is irrelevant, right? Fish frequently malnourish themselves. Those are pretty. Let's check real quick. We're seeing a lot of those and the long-nosed char. Long-nosed sucker. Long-nosed char. Wait. It's got a different name then, huh? White spotted char. No baits for them, just lures. Could still try one, I guess. Maybe there's a weekly record. I don't know that anyone is really bottom fishing out here. forgot about the dollies. Never even seen one of those, have I? Basically just mayfly stuff, as expected. How do I clear my ground bait? I didn't see ground bait on any of these. What the fuck? Stuck on a forever fish? That's my forever fish. Oh, I stole the reel off you, huh? Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah, I do that when I take breaks from this game. Forget all the commands. Controls, that's the word. And there are a lot of controls to play effectively. Yeah, that's what I did. Just pressed every button. Almost cut my line once. Know how to consume your threaded loaf. It's important. Whammo. Stupid chums. Well, if I knew the keybinds, I would know. I wouldn't need to know where F1 was. How am I supposed to know F1 is there without knowing the other keybind? The black lure that looks like a roach seems to be on all the records. I didn't see it. Which one's a roach? This one? The spoon? With the spider web on it? The issue with this game is it has dynamic fish, so they're constantly changing. So you'll notice the newer records have a lot more similar lure to what I'm using. The older records will be a lot of that spoon, because that was the first hot lure that was out here. And I'm not using the exact lure that's got all the weekly records right now, and still doing fairly well. I do believe that the stats in this game are incredibly lopsided, because so many of us look at that record list and go, I'll try that one. So 80% of players or more are all using, like, how many of you in chat right now are using a lure that's on a weekly record? I am. Jassy is. They work, and you know they work. Doesn't mean they're the best, obviously, but yes, they do. You know that they have produced. And you'll also see a lot of carryover records too, right? So, like, people will be targeting the biggest fish in the water, and a lot of smaller versions of that fish will also have the record set on that lure. And that has to, it's not that all the fish in the river all like that one lure. The fact of the matter is, everyone was targeting that one giant fish. And just by the sheer volume of that lure being thrown in the water, it's gotten 5 fucking records on the board. That's 100% the case with the Satori. It is not the best for all of those species. They would not, the devs would not do that. And to an even further degree, I'm not sure it really matters. Exactly what lure you're using. I know that the only like really high record I had many years ago, it's been blown away now. I was the only one, and still the only one I've seen, that used that bait for that fish on the record board. Yeah, the wobblers especially, you can do some deducting on what will work just based on the depth of the fish. The game actually gives you a lot of information on the fish too, and it's fairly accurate and quite useful. It's how I learned how to catch most of the early fish species, was by reading about them. Yeah, Dosh. I mean, most of us, to a degree. I think bait stores, people ask more often than not what you're fishing with. But we all try to get as many hints out of our local fishermen as we can too. When someone asks me directly when I'm fishing, I'm usually very vague. They're like, oh, soft plastics. I won't tell them exactly what I'm using, because fuck you. Your own legwork. But I love that about this game. Just like real fishing, junk can just work. My favorite bait in the game actually is the wacky worm, or the Senko. And it's because it can just catch like every single species of fish. There's just a chance. It's a worm, so like everything might eat a worm. And that's just fun. What if someone asks after I come back? Yeah, I tell them the same thing. I fish small bodies of water. Like the lake I live on is only 75, 80 acres. It's not a big lake. I'm not about to share my details with you. If I lived on some 20,000 acre lake in Kentucky, it might be a different story. Yeah, we don't get fishing reports, really. Too small lakes. Too many, too small. Yeah, I really like that I've started getting my little brother into fishing. And it's been really fun to see him want to try his own shit. And he does a lot of stuff that I hate. And seeing him be successful with it has persuaded me to give it a go and stuff. Like, I hated the Whopper Flopper until this year, and then he kept using it over and over and over and was having okay results with it. And then I started trying it and did really well with it at the end of the year. I'd bite a worm if it was sexy. Hey, there's a fish on that. He just ain't moving very much. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Really, it's a fish. You just gotta throw shit in the water. You might just get lucky. Where are you fishing, being that you're getting that bad? Oh yeah, Tommy's still fighting the forever fish. Oh, an 11 kilo Cory. Spikers? The small spikers on Cory are amazing right now. The original minnow in pink has been really amazing on Cory. It's slower, but does well. What else is doing really good? Christmas spinners, but I doubt you have those. Christmas spinners are just better spikers, in my opinion. And Topwater's been doing okay there, too. Not great, but okay. Grayling do really well on the original poppers. And they're worth a decent amount and have an order every so often. That lake is not as restricted as it was to the deep spots. You can really kind of troll all over it now too, which is really nice about Cory. Wait till you find out jerkbait doesn't only require 90% skill, but a completely unique rod. You're gonna get an ice fishing season? My friend's trying to convince me to get into it this year. Funky minnow always does okay in Cory. Funky isn't one of those that when I catch fish, they're big. But the numbers are down. I really like to incorporate a spinner or two because it keeps the fun up. And I mean, I caught 2 9-kilo Corys on the spinners last time I was there. Bunch of 7s. I even caught a regular char on a spinner because I left my bail open. I left my bail open, did like a whole loop around the lake and reeled it in, and there was a char on it from the spinner sitting on the bottom. How do you get your energy back? Just when you have food? Food and comfort. The sun and the food. And the food. So you have to eat and drink, basically, or go stand by a fire. I said jerk bait, which is pretty close. Yeah, there's a lot of really bad bait names. You got crank baits, chatter baits, jerk baits, a one-knockered spook. I haven't seen any master baits. I did post a picture actually of some edgy ass fishing company that named all their things like the 420 Beaver Slayer. Has it not done shit, Jasky? It caught you one. What color did you get? I have the white and then like this weird rainbowy goldy one. This spot slowed way down again. Maybe I should try a spoon. Oh, only two available? Yeah. I think the white one was doing better for me on Corey. But the rainbowy one was doing better for me. On whatever river I was on. Is this not any heavier? It's still not heavy enough, is it? No, this pulls 15 grams. Well, fuck you too, game. Yeah, I knew that. Oh, I wasn't doing shit there, but letting it drift in the river. That fucker is out there. Is it just a damn chum? Yep. Fish, 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 fish. I love the binoculars so much. Chum? Yeah, that was the problem I had with this fucking spoon, dude. The numbers were great, but it's so many chum salmon. Wish I had binoculars on my eyes in real life. Just strapped to my face. Oh, that one didn't go as far as I wanted. That fish hit that damn bottom rod over there, then just gave up, huh? The old hit it and quit it. Fish edition. Oh, I saw that wave in the water there and thought it was taking my lure. I got excited. Sat up in my seat and everything. Just keep swapping back and forth. Oh, I'm still on a mega super speed. Whoops. Wait a minute. Is there a fish on this? No, there was though. I think that line is way the fuck down there. Or it's just rolling. I may have a weight that's too light on here. That may have been why it jingle jangled and no fish. Rude. I caught all the fish over here. Someone please restock the fish. Supply drop. Fuck you too, Yama. Got me all excited. You didn't suck anymore, and then you just start sucking again? I wonder what changed. I need to pay more attention to the weather. I think this is about the time I left last time too, actually. This evening it slowed down. You'd really think it'd still be popper time. Ooh. Anything that's not a chum salmon is exciting and fun. I'm a simple man. Caucasian for the 75 months. Holy shit, you were out there, huh? Yeah, you're definitely rolling. Eat it, Doge, for Thanksgiving. Nice boner, Nad. I wish I could, wish I had a big ultralight I could throw here. That'd be fun. Need more money. Want to start a Russian fishing for get rich scheme. That one's got some oomph to it. It stalled me out at least. Here the reel just slow down. It's a sockeye. 95.9 spin fishing. I did get my ultralight back from the shop, but it's very small. It's 2 kilo. So it's really hard to use in most water bodies. Oh, that one's got a little oomph to it too. It's weird to me you can't get salmon eggs in this game to fish with. Oh, do they have them, Raptor? You're the one who fish here all the time. What was the technique we used instead of jig step? Stop and go? How did that work? Because that sounds a lot like jig step. Speed 25 to 30, just shorter pauses. Is that what it was? I knew it was something different here than like everywhere else. It worked. Those jig stepping was working too. Well, I was never getting the dialogue. Or do you get a text for it? I think it had to do with like what angle you cast against the current too, didn't it? Oh yeah, you can. I love that too. Being the fact that you can create lure techniques by moving your rod, like this, can give you a speed up instead of having to reel or press a button. Should try the rat more. I'm gonna leave you there. I'm surprised the spinners never took off here either. Baktak. Ah, the cafe tent. Need 4 giant chum salmon? I ain't got no giant chum salmon. Boy, it's a lot of small fish. 1 5-kilo burbot, 1 9-kilo burbot. There's burbot in this bitch? Shit's probably expensive as hell here. They're all out of stock. Rude. Joe Fisherman Fatback. Oh, salmon steak. How big do they have to be? 3 kilos? What's a 3-kilo sell for? $10 salmon steaks? Fucking A. They're more than that. I guess Atlantic salmon's what you'd want to use there. Or Chinooks, yeah. Have I made any actual money out here? A little bit. Not terrible, honestly. What's leading the Chinooks? I remember they were just like a 1 in a million. Pretty much the same shit, huh? Suntories. I never used this West Siberia, but I see it a lot. Is that a made one? Might be. Angry Walker. Atlantics are similar, right, Raptor? What's the flag on Atlantic? Jasky and Tommy are over there. Good bait for bleak. Bloodworms, I think? Is it dumb high? I need 3-kilo ones to cook. Mail me your fish. Kind of afraid of night crawlers because I don't want to get into it. Sturgeon. Fuck it, I'm not a coward. Is that too heavy or is that just right? Thought it was raining, but it's just my line going around really, really fast. Tiny baby walker. I think I have small hooks on. It's not itty bitty. Stupid nighttime. No damn fish. Yeah, I hear you. I need you to be very large, though. That's a sucker fish. Not even the fish I want. Wonder what the luck is like on this thing if you don't walk it. The walk is super jerky in this game and it bugs me. Shame him again, chat. Shame him again. You get what you deserve in the fishing guild. I'm gonna try swapping this to a smaller rod, then immediately hook into a giant fish and regret my choices in life. I may not have a reel to do that actually. That line is roached. All those lines are pretty chewed up. I mean, just don't get spooled. The line's shot anyway. I don't care if I get spooled. But I should be able to throw this thing a lot fucking further now. Didn't look any further at all, actually. You can shame me when I lose fish, which doesn't happen. I only have luck with Xander on jigging, personally. which is why you don't see me target them very often. When I do, I'm usually drifting. I don't think you can drift on Volkov very well, though. It's got a really awkward current, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Xander are basically just walleye. You'd think they'd be really good at night. Oh. There's a fish on here. I was just moving my line a little bit to get to a better spot. Should swap the line on this in my alpha. I need big burbot. Not little baby burbot. What if I do that? Why are all my fucking leaders so short? There we go. Come on, Daddy needs a 10-kilo burbot. I don't think I've ever caught a trophy burbot. That ain't it. It's the biggest one yet, though. It is burbot. Damn. Not even 5 kilo. Tyrone and they were the 81 months. Well, this one's a little bigger, maybe. Maybe. It's a smaller reel. Slightly smaller reel. Ain't 5 kilo, I don't think. I think we need 5.5 for that order. No, it ain't that. Got my bottom fishing up though. An even more power bottom. Little babby fish. 2,000 experience for that babby. Not 5 kilos. It is a burbot. Did not cook a turkey. Yesterday, or well, whatever, day before Thanksgiving, I did Thanksgiving with my family. Just did a little ham. I have a small family, not a lot of us. We could do a chicken. That's how few of us there are. I don't get to name Moobot. I didn't design it. Oh no, not sticky feet. Not sticky feet. No. Hooking up a fish helped. That undertow, man, it'll get you. Ooh, what's this? Nice. Need to get those burbot livers. Damn, what size is your line to get ripped off there? There's no fish you checked 2 seconds ago? I mean, it bit through it. It was a pike, so it only had to be on the line for a fraction of a second to chop your line. Man, this one with the ground bait is doing way better. Oh wait, no, this one's just night crawlers and ground bait. There's 2 factors there. Lots of fish. They're not great though. I think fish pieces has had consistently bigger. They both got a 3.5 though. I mean, it was. It bit off your... It was cut by teeth. It was a pike. Nothing likes cheese on Berg? No, it does. Shame. Tench are usually super duper shallow, like the way back corners and stuff. But they like cheese. Yeah, that's terrible cold. That's why I hate ice fishing. I hate the cold. You know, if I didn't hate gloves so much, but I feel like you can't do anything in gloves. Maybe it's just because I have tiny hands that can't fill adult-sized gloves. But it's really just my hands get so cold. It's so painful. I remember the back of the pond on Old Berg. I used to do well with cheese and tench. Way back in there, like basically on shore. It looks like water that nothing can live in. That's the tench sweet spot. And near the bridge, did okay for tench back in the day. Well, we got something here. It's awkwardly... There we go. It's just sitting at like just not quite pulling enough to pull. A giant chum? I'll take giant anything. It's probably going to be just under a flag coho. Or wait, is coho the one? Chinook? No, it's not a Chinook, I don't think. It is a big chum. We need 5 kilo plus, I think, for the order. That's only a 3 kilo chum. This reel's just so weak in comparison. Alright. How much did that 3 kilo chum sell for? Like 9 silver. It's basically the lowest value fish on the water body, which is why it's annoying to catch so many. They're the perch of this river. In other lakes, when you're using lures and trolling and stuff, you occasionally get a perch and get mad, but here it's chum salmon. Yeah, but it cost me $98 to get here, Elbow. I gotta catch 10 of those to pay for my trip here. Just to break even. You will, though. What the fuck is on there? I got scared it was one of those sturgeons. It's a little big. A little bit. New world record rough. Siberian loach. Like a weird second thumb. I love cork. I hate foam. This has foam handles. Hate it. that handle, that extra thumb is actually wood, which is really weird. Your cranking handle is made of wood. I would trust that. Not at all. What was that fish? Oh, it's some char. Cool. An Arctic char on a night crawler. Cool. I've never done that before. The other chars I have, the red char and gray char and stuff. But that means I'm switching to night crawlers across the board. Will this overweigh me though? I think it will. That's 120 grams. That's 100. That's 20. And that's 0.74. It doesn't say it's going to break when I cast it, but it's probably doing extra damage to the rod when I do. That's fine. I've had these rods forever. Oh, I saw you come and grab it. I love that. A little pinky. God, you're an ugly fish. Who did this to you? Who stepped on your head when you were a child? If you're playing this free fishing game, you can join our fishing guild so we can shame you when you miss fish. The bear did? Aw. At least it wasn't a USEC. Two hours north of the Arctic Circle. I should live there for a while and see if I can just adjust to the cold. Uh-oh. This is better. Ultimate Fishing Simulator is the worst fishing game ever created. I'm exaggerating slightly, but I hate them for making a game called Ultimate Fishing Simulator and being just really not a simulator at all. I do have ladies' gloves. The problem is I have arthritis in my hands so fucking bad from all the years of doing this shit that my hands just really don't do well in the cold. Show and tell with your dad and his friends who are really drunk. Dude, that sounds like the start of a really fucked up movie that I wouldn't want to watch. T tier 1 through 5? Does, isn't it just... Oh no, I don't know how. Yeah, 'cause you can't do it through Yi. Yi? Oh yeah, do it through T, for tasties. Yeah, there's no food in you. A little pinky. I wonder if it's the smaller line that's felt like it's really picked up since I went to the smaller pole, smaller leaders. There's some shit on my monitor there that's real nasty looking. It's stupid chums though. Or if it's just the extra distance I'm throwing it. There's some really good pike on Volkov too. I used to troll with steel leaders on Volkov and intentionally go between the two islands and like the southeast gap between the islands. Down into that deep hole and then back up into the deep hole between the islands. I think pike are underrated in this game for money too. How bad is the cash shop? It's horrible, but unnecessary. Premium is the only thing you'll consider buying. Premium gives you a bonus to experience and I think skill ups for crafting and stuff like that. Once per day, you get a little big bonus thing. I think that's how it still works. They've changed it a few times. But even early on, I wouldn't recommend spending anything on premium because you'll just out-level your gear. But they've made the buying equipment in this game so unreasonable that I don't know why anyone would ever do it. Like, the top-end reel in this game is hundreds of dollars IRL. They really have, like, made their own currency pretty ridiculous. There is one thing actually. Repairs. Repairs with real money is a decent bang for your buck. Because you get instantaneous repairs and the prices are somewhat affordable. I really think they're in a way trying to turn people off from buying high-end gear. I mean, obviously they left price tags on it just in case somebody really can afford it, but I think they're hoping you actually put in the time and grind. Have you been targeting pike a little? Yeah. My favorite lure out there was, it was a hot one for a long time, was I think it was this 3 meter DP6002, but it might have been this 7. But one of these two used to be a hot tot out there. No, I just vape now. Suck a robot dick all day. What I wouldn't give for a Marlboro Red right now, though. Yeah, dude. I'm so sick of the short days already, and our days, we lose so much time. 3 meter DP, yeah. That one was a good one for a long time out there. And we're still getting shorter days, yeah. I think December 21st is our shortest day. It's like 8 hours of daylight. Ugh. Which I know is nothing compared to you folks in the Arctic Circle, but... Do I ever have dreams where I smoke? Yes. Ooh, a little coho. And they're like good and bad. Good during, horrible when I wake up. Because the vape doesn't do it. It doesn't satisfy my desire for cigarettes. That's the part that is hardest for me to explain to people who like aren't really smokers. Like, it's a different addiction entirely. But it really did not replace cigarettes for me. Like, in certain ways it did, but it didn't. Hitting a vape never feels like hitting a cigarette. They're so different, yeah. Well, I think they think the nicotine thing. I think people think we can, like, feel the nicotine like you can with the drugs or alcohol. You know? But the only time you, like, ever actually feel nicotine is if you take a break. Yeah, you get the head rush when you take a break. Ooh, baby. More of those, please. Yeah, I started trying to smoke a little weed to sleep better, and I really liked what it was doing for my sleep, but it didn't like what it was doing for me wanting to smoke. Yeah, I don't recommend anybody does high nicotine in their vape. It's hard on your throat, and I'm sure on your heart, especially if you use it heavy like I do. I notice no difference from going from the highest nicotine count in my vape to the lowest nicotine count in my vape, except that I feel better in my throat, and it tastes better. Hard to convince people though. And I was a 2.5, 3 pack a day smoker. So like the high nick is definitely a trap. It's just for people who go in like almost like I go to the vape shop all the time, a local one. Do watch my stream and stuff and it's nice. Uh, and yeah, guys come in and ask for the high milligram stuff. It's almost like they're trying to like brag about how tough of a smoker they used to be. I did it too at first. Unknowing. Yeah, I used 3 milligram now too. I started smoking on a pipe. Yeah. It tastes better in a cigarette, but it doesn't do. It's not the same. You can't smoke it quite the same. You could get there with a pipe, but then it's way worse for you. It's a way heavier tobacco. It's way more tar in a pipe than pipe tobacco. It's pathetic now, but like the number one reason I haven't taken a stab at quitting the vape is I don't want to put on any more fucking weight. I went down to 0 milligram for a month and put on like 15 fucking pounds. More cigars with you? The vape is so weird too, because like nobody gives a shit about it. You can do it like anywhere. Even like the most stuck up people I know don't give a fuck if I vape in their car or their house. Which doesn't help because I feel like I'm like always sucking on this thing. I breathe through it more than I breathe regular air. I don't need to feel bad about something. I mean, I don't like it, and I don't want to do it. If I can eventually quit, that'd be tight. Nobody likes to feel like they're controlled by their addictions. Well, your age changed too, Zycor. I mean, our metabolisms slow down and the cigarettes help battle that. That's the reality of it. You know, I've been on nicotine now for 14 years or something like that. My body's changed a lot in 14 years. It does coat the window with nasty nicotine film. My glasses too, dude. I noticed my glasses are way harder to clean. I almost have to use like an actual Windex or something now to clean my glasses instead of just being able to like breathe on them and rub them on your shirt. But again, I vape insane. It also gets in your PC. Yeah, my PC is just dog hair at this point. The only thing holding it together is dog hair. I mean, I don't even want to say it because I know I'm going to jinx myself, but knock on wood, I've never cleaned a PC. I never turn them off. I never clean them. This PC's like 6 years old. It sounds like a fucking car when it turns on. But it calms down after a while. That's a really shitty car, too. It's on the floor. Sucking in dog hair. Pippi's giving me so much shit about smoking by my computer, too. This one, fuck, I smoked by this one for years, too. At the time, I had a PC sponsor. It didn't care. I was getting computers faster than I needed them. Yeah, nicotine's really bad for shit, man, because it's such a sticky, nasty. My dad was out of his house for like 3 or 4 months this year, and the temperature changes caused just enough to get a little bit of condensation going. And dude, the nicotine streaks and stuff, the condensation created on the walls. Yucky. Oh yeah, anyone who's smoked a fucking joint or a blunt knows how bad. I mean, weed's worse than tobacco with tar, but it's the same concept, right? We smoke a lot more cigarettes than weed. Well, most of us. The end of a fucking blunt is so nasty, dude. Tar dripping into your mouth. This place really pops in the morning and the evenings, man. I love these things. They're beautiful. Oh, the little ones have no teeth. Don't need teeth to enjoy our beef. Anybody? What was that? What was that shit called? It was like fake beef jerky. We'd always stick it in our lip like we were using chewing tobacco, but it was meat. But it came in like a little dip container. Was it Wild Bill's? Don't need teeth to enjoy our beef. It was basically meats. It was more like meat chewing tobacco, Jassy, than snus. But you could just, like, we literally just put it in our bottom lip and, like, suck the meat juice out of it. Which is why you didn't need teeth. You could just get meat flavoring in your mouth. I wonder if you can still get it. I'd fuck with it. I'd try it again. We used to get it all the time as a kid. Carried around in the back pocket of our jeans so it looked like we were carrying chewing tobacco. Take it out, smack it, tat, 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 like you would chewing tobacco. With a candy cigarette hanging out of our lips. Those were the days. Sounds disgusting. I mean, it was just shredded beef jerky, is all it was. Like finely shredded beef jerky. Yeah, to look like tobacco. Sort of like the bottom of a beef jerky bag. You get all those little strings and strands of beef jerky left over. A can of that. It was like a can of beef jerky, Keith. Beef Keef. They do still sell it? I gotta get me some. Does it still say you don't need teeth? I feel like Wild Bill's probably doesn't change their slogan. I mean, it's no different than Big League Chew, right, BGA? They still sell that shit. Big League Chew is the same concepts. Kids who were inspired to chew tobacco by baseball players. Oh, Big League was the best, dude. The best. 8 seconds of amazing flavor, and you could make the most ridiculous giant mouthful of bubble gum. I don't remember zebra gum. I do remember the gum cigars were pretty tight, too. I mean, I think in a way that shit would convert somebody to, like, you know, continue to believe it's cool, right? That it's a cool concept. I mean, that was the whole thing. We had the candy cigarettes too, but we also had gum cigars. The cigars didn't look nearly as realistic because they were like orange and pink. They used to have one that actually puffed like a white chalky out of it, I remember too. Oh yeah, dude, I used to roll the candy cigarettes up in my sleeve like I was from Grease or American Graffiti. Which makes me sound 70 years old, but my dad made me grow up watching American Graffiti. A white t-shirt with some cigarettes rolled up in your sleeve. I mean, that's cool shit. Some shredded meat in your lower lip. Watch out, ladies. You can, Morlock, but I don't want to. I don't have enough hotkeys for that. These have rolled still. It's not the line, it's the whole setup. I think the guy who keeps breaking shit isn't here now, but the whole setup has to adjust, not just one piece or the other. I haven't done a setup tutorial in a while. If we get enough new players, I'll do one. Because it's a little complicated till you understand it. It's nighttime, actually. I can fuck around and show a little bit. Though I do feel like spin fishing has been a little better at night as of late. Wasn't great here, but in most places I feel like night fishing has been a little better. Or night spin fishing. So yeah, setups. I've seen a few people breaking and cutting lines and stuff like that. So, the reel has a maximum drag. Now, the maximum drag is adjusted with your mouse wheel. Each click from 1 to 29 is increasing your drag by whatever percent that is, depending on the drag of the reel. If you lock it out with the infinity symbol, that means you will break your line or your reel depending on your setup. So you never want to lock your reel until like super late game shit that's unimportant. Oh god, I got a fish. Now if a setup is done right, in my opinion done right, I see some tutorials that tell people to do it a different way that I absolutely think they're fools and babies. If the setup is done right, you should be able to turn your drag all the way up to 29 and leave it there and never break anything unless a fish takes all of your line off your reel. So your rod has a load capacity, which is its breaking strength. So if with this setup right now, because my load capacity is 12 kilograms and my drag is 14.5 kilograms, if I turn my drag all the way up, my rod will snap. This is just thrown together to do this type of fishing, and I'm not min-maxing my perfect setup. So you want your rod to be bigger than your maximum drag, so you can turn your drag all the way up. You also want your line to be bigger than your maximum drag. Same reason. The smallest thing is what's always going to break. So let me go to a good setup. Do I have a good one set up? I think they're all kind of hobbled together at the moment. These are fine. So with an ideal setup, my drag is 15.5 kilograms. My line is 21 kilograms. My rod is 19 kilograms. Which again makes my rod the first thing to break. That's a bad setup. That's bad. That's bad. What we usually try to do when we're taking our game more seriously and not worried, like I know what I'm fishing for and I'm not afraid of what I'm fishing for and I'm afraid of breaking anything, is we try to make our leader the weakest thing in our setup. In order to maximize max your drag, you usually have to oversize your line by about 20%. When you get into bigger, fancier, more expensive reels, you can oversize by more and more and more, and that comes into late game fishing techniques that are, again, irrelevant to the average person. That rod was 19, my beluga was a 14.5. Yes, but my line was a 21 kilogram. So what's going to happen here is if a fish takes all the line off my reel because it's too big for me, there's no more drag coming into the equation. Once there's no line left, the reel can't spin to let out any more line, so the drag gets removed from the equation. So now it's line and rod are the only things holding the fish. Rod's the weakest link, rod breaks. You're always trying to consider your setup for if you get spooled, what's going to break. Because the only way your line should ever break in this game is you get spooled. Anything else, you did something wrong, your setup is wrong, or a pike bit your shit off. Early game leaders are a lot harder to come by, but line's really cheap and line's really small. So just make your line your weakest link. But that sucks because then you can't turn your drag up. As soon as you can start getting into leaders, your game gets a lot better because you can start really maximizing your reel. But I see so many guys online. I randomly turn on Russian Fishing 4 YouTubes just to see what people are talking about. And I turn on so many guides online where people are telling people to buy these $3,000 reels, and then they're not putting line big enough to turn them all the way up. So what's the point in having a 15 kilogram reel that you're only turning up to 12.5 kilograms? What a waste of fucking money. Yes, the weight of the reels all have an actual strength. So I have a reel right here, or a spool right here, right? So the drag means your reel is going to spin and let line out. That's when your reel's going click, 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 click. It's spinning backwards to let line out. So when your line is completely gone, it's just a knot on your reel. So then there comes into this hidden stat that's reel strength for breaking your reel. Most reels have a pretty significant strength higher than their max drag, besides like the really cheap early stuff. But like this Beluga Narga, it's a 14.5 kilo reel. I think its break strength is like 42 kilos. And where that comes into effect is when you get into really big fish later. Say I want to catch a 60 kilogram fish on a 14.5 kilogram reel. You say, how the fuck is that possible? Well, I let it pull against 14.5 kilograms until it gets exhausted, which could take an hour. And then once it stops pulling, which you'll actually recognize, fish in this game will run themselves to complete exhaustion. They will not move, they will not do anything, but your reel still can be too weak to reel it in. And that's where you'll lock your drag and reel in a dead fish, basically. It's kind of realistic. I mean, there are fish that'll do that to themselves that actually... There's a fish on there, I thought so. That actually fight themselves to death. So if you're right, the tension bar is showing you the first thing that's going to break. It's not showing you your line is going to snap. It's showing you something is going to break. And whatever the weak link is, that's what's going to break. But it does not, in that bar down there on the bottom, it does not specify what's about to break. So when like this one we saw, it's a 12 kilogram rod with a 14.5 kilogram drag. So when this thing turns red, it's not because of my reel, it's not because of my line, it's because my pole is 12 kilograms. My pole is too small for my rod. So you really have to match up all of those things in order to maximize your setup. Russian fishing tutorials win. I just did one. That's it. That's it. Also, there's a lot of people in chat that'll help you with leaders. If you're looking for a leader, so like I said, say the first reel, I think the Lacardi is like the first reel people buy. It's a 4.5 kilo reel, so you're probably gonna run like a 7 kilo line, a 6.5 kilo line, whatever they've got. And then you'd have somebody, or you do it yourself, or buy one, and then you'd want to run like a 7 kilo leader if it's 7.5 kilo line. That way your weak link, it's still bigger than your drag, so you can still turn your drag all the way up, but your weak link will be your leader. And the leader is just at the end of your line, you're going to tie a little extra line on there. The reason we do that is to adjust the type of line at the end of our yeah, just to adjust the end, that last little bit. Usually for clarity's sake, sometimes to downsize our line. A lot of guys will run like a really heavy main line, and then a smaller leader like that for that exact reason. So if they get snagged, if they get stuck, they know they can break it off. Because if you've ever been snagged on a rock or snagged on a tree with 50-pound braid, it's really tough to break it. If you don't have a knife laying around or a pair of scissors laying around, it's really, really hard to just break it by pulling. So by tying on a 20-pound fluorocarbon leader, not only are you getting a clear bit of line at the end, you're getting an easier break point for you yourself. But the real reason, the number one reason, is the clarity of the line at the end. Fluorocarbon is going to be your most popular leader in real life and in this game. Fluorocarbon is very, very thick diameter, but it's incredibly clear. So we don't use fluorocarbon on the entire spool because you can't spool a lot of it up due to its thickness and its cost. It's expensive. So what most of us use is braided line because it's very cheap and it's very small diameter. It's basically just thread. But it's also the most visible because it's thread. So then the last 6 inches, 20 inches, however long you want your leader to be, you put on something clear like fluorocarbon. And then monofilament is the middle of the road. Monofilament is medium sized, medium visibility. IRL, I think fluorocarbon versus mono versus braid is pretty irrelevant unless you're doing stationary fishing. But high movement fishing, low visibility water, I do not believe that you need to run leaders. Saltwater guys all run leaders on everything they use. Leaders. I've never seen a guy saltwater fishing without one. But again, super clear water, a lot of stop and go. Though even guys that like troll tuna and stuff like that at fucking 7 miles an hour run clear leaders. I don't know. Seems silly to me. I don't believe, with lures specifically, I don't believe the fish is ever bamboozled into, oh my god, that's a beautiful perch minnow. I don't believe it. I believe the fish goes, what's that? And bites it. Again, saltwater may be different. They may do more pursuit and stuff than they do in freshwater. Yeah, I also use monoware again. The only time I use fluoro is small stuff. I use fluoro like crappie fishing. I'm using really tiny little jigs. Crappie are really, really awkward to fish for with a cast and retrieve as well. It's a lot easier to do them on a vertical jig. So a lot of time you're lowering the bait down in front of them really slow and then just kind of doing a little of this, right? And again, that's where I think you're going to get line clarity is more of an issue. But when I'm retrieving a crankbait like this, it can't see that fucking line. I can't see that line. But yeah, I use braid for most stuff. Mono for stuff that I'm moving a little bit but not moving as fast. It really, to me, it's speed based more than anything. The only time I use leaders is catfishing. And that comes down to abrasion more than anything. Braid cuts really easy, It's the easiest to cut, and because it is actually a bunch of strands together, like a thread, it's a bunch of strands together. It can cut 2 or 3 strands and becomes very weak, where mono and fluoro both do better with a nick or a cut. Mono's the same way though with the fraying. With all the bass fishing we do, because we catch bass at such high volume, you have to really watch the, like, 2 inches above your hook. The bass, they don't really have teeth, but they got like sandpaper mouths, so they're going back and forth on that little bit of line above the hook. Like every 15 fish or so, you got to retie. The only 2 fish I lost this year to a break off were both because I'd been fishing all day on the same exact knot, same exact line. Completely stopped using steel leaders for pike. Yeah, me too. I do have a titanium leader, and I like that a lot. I use the titanium leader specifically with topwater because it's actually lighter than the fluorocarbon. Fluorocarbon leaders sink a lot of my smaller topwaters. And at least fluorocarbon heavy enough that I'm not worried about pike cutting it. I think I got the leader tool finally, Jasky. I could do that for you. I do have it. What size do you want? Yeah, my catfishing box has pre-tied leaders. Someone was asking me about that the other day. If I ever sit around and tie stuff. I love to pre-tie my catfishing shit at night. It's like my pre-catfishing ritual. Sit on the couch, my tackle box, tie up a few leaders. 13-ish for a 15.5 drag? What line are you going to run, Jesse? See, you're doing the opposite of what I suggest. You're not going to be able to turn your drag all the way up without that leader snapping. My 15.5, I run 19 kilo leaders and 21 kilo line. I do under the line. The drag, yeah, but so like that caliber you have, I think, has a 36 kilogram break. You got 19 kilo line on right now, so yeah, you want like an 18.5 kilo leader. That'll let you turn your drag to 29 and it'll break every time. I wasn't as successful with the night crawlers this night. Let me see if I have it. I might have it. Oh no, I don't have any fluoro. Do I have any leaders? You're running a 19 kilo line. 19 even. Yeah, my leaders are 19-1. Let me see if I can get it cheap enough. Next time I go back, I'll look for you if I can get it cheap enough. Problem with the store-bought ones is you can't get the 60 centimeter, and I think they're way more successful. I think this game really rates leaders pretty high. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a better way to word that with the drag. So the drag is basically the maximum strength that the reel can retrieve, but not the strength at which the reel will break. I don't know, it's a hard one. It's a hard thing to explain. Who's this man? Shame him. Yeah, but it's not exactly true convect because you can lock your drag. I think it is by far the best fishing simulator out there. And the biggest reasons are the dynamic fish is number one. They have by far the most dynamic fish of any game. Fishing Planet started to add some dynamic fish, which means the fish move and they adjust and they change based on weather, based on fishing pressure. I mean, they really sit around and fucking move the fish. And I love that because that's fishing, right? You shouldn't just be able to know exactly where to go. You can never look up a guide for this game and guarantee it's going to work. Places that are obvious, like this is where, you know, sunfish would hang out. We'll always have some sunfish, but it won't necessarily be the best sunfish spot on the map, right? That's the way, in my opinion, all fishing sims should be. And a lot of them, unfortunately, have rigid fish. They don't move. If you figure out the best bait, if you figure out the best time, you can catch trophies day after day after day. And number two, this has by far the most techniques of fishing available to you. You can fish with 3 rods. You can troll with 3 rods. Top water, jigging, bottom rods, which is not super common in America unless you're a cat fisherman. A ton of crazy bottom setups that you, if you're not American, you'll have never heard of probably. The only thing this doesn't have, American bass fishing. So if you really want to American bass fish, then Fishing Planets is the one to play. I personally have learned a ton from, not necessarily just from playing this game, but because I was so curious about techniques and styles and types of fishing, European fishing, that I was unaware of because I'm just, you know, an American, grew up watching bass fishing and stuff like that. There are no bass in Europe. I can tell you more about my bottom setups. Currently, they are super lazy put together because I'm just throwing them out there as whatever and not really expecting much to happen with it, but I can. This one's a feeder setup. For those that don't know what a feeder is, it basically, instead of just having a weight to hold the bait to the bottom, it has a little cage or a container to hold chum in it. So this is a feeder setup that's got yeah, a river feeder in a paternoster rig, which I should actually be using. I think a loop rig is better for the river. A loop rig. And then I'm using like a worm fish oil mix with a night crawler and a size 10 hook. Probably should up the hook a tiny bit. And same deal, leaders. So leaders are a weird one for me in this because when I'm bottom fishing, I adjust my leader a lot based on what I'm fishing for and how close that fish is going to be to the bottom. Like, I'd never run a 60 centimeter leader fishing for a burbot. I've never caught a burbot, but I know they love to really hug the bottom, so I'd probably run something as small as like a 6-inch leader. That's what I do with catfish. Sometimes my catfish I run as small as like 3 and 4-inch leaders, because I really want it to be on the bottom and not flapping away up in the current. And then my other rig is just a sinker and a hook. No ground bait, no cage. Hook, line, and sinker. Little coho? No, a big pink. I mean, not huge, but... The free-to-play system in this is honestly, I think, really good for the early mid-game. It slows down significantly in the end, or in the late game, whatever you want to go with. But there's a lot to chase, and if you really wanted to go through and chase a trophy of each species and stuff like that, like, it's a commitment that would take you quite a bit of time. I think the problem is a lot of us get caught up in the grind instead of like trying to be more completionists with our fishing each species and stuff. There's still so many species I haven't even caught ever. It's hard not to see the shop and want the upgrades and get into this is my best silver per hour grind. And I think that's what makes the game feel so grindy to people, myself included sometimes. They're trying to add more goals throughout the game, which I think is a great idea, and I hope they continue to do that. It'd be cool even if they added small, shitty rewards tied to them. Though they are pretty stingy with the dollars, which I understand. Yeah, there's 1,000 kilogram fish are the end game. Even, I mean, and some of these guys have played a lot longer than me or at a higher level than me, but I think even... So every once in a while there'll be a spot that's so hot that people will get, you know, really big money per hour. And every once in a while you'll get lucky and hit a couple of trophies that'll give you that nice boost in money. I had an 1,100 silver hour the other day. But I think for the most part people say you're looking for 250, 300 silver an hour. And the final reel's like fucking 40 grand or something like that. So like, it can be a massive grind if you really want to achieve top gear. No, I'm talking silver. Silver really is everything in this game. That's why buying the premium's kind of pointless early, because you're just going to end up out-leveling your gear. It doesn't make you more money, it only makes you more experience. And yeah, like I said, they're pretty quick to notice when you know, and people talk in this game. The people that play it regularly are all in little groups like ours, little chat groups like ours, and when somebody's making 500 silver an hour, they're telling their friends, and when 6 guys start making 500 silver an hour, they're pretty quick to turn down the spawn rates in that area. Oh no, the fish, yeah, the biggest fish ever caught in this game is a little over 1,000 kilograms. And a bigger one has been on the line according to the devs. They can actually live track all the fish in the game that are on the line anyway. There is a bear that'll murder you. If this game would get fish jumping down, or added at all, if it existed at all, even if it sucked, I think this game would be 1,000 times better. Lackert pointed out to me a long time ago, the game is just too still. You know, the occasional fish jump, even if it wasn't real, would be such a nice feature. Getting fish fights to have jumps would be amazing. The freshwater fish. So beluga sturgeon, they're I mean, specimens of that size may not be real anymore, but they are real and massive. The setup for reeling a 1,000 kilogram fish. So to catch a 1,000 kilogram fish, you basically have to corner it. You have to run it till it's exhausted, killed itself, corner it, and then drag it to shore. You don't really fight it even. You kind of do the opposite. You let it kill itself. Let's see, what's the biggest beluga sturgeon ever caught in real life? So the biggest beluga sturgeon ever caught in real life is 1,571 kilograms. 7.2 meters long. So there's still room on that record. There's still 500 kilos to gain on that record. Yeah, 7 meters long to match the IRL record. Yeah, fish that weighs 1,000 kilograms on land doesn't weigh 1,000 kilograms in water, and usually can't pull 1,000 kilograms either. I almost just broke my rod. I don't think there is an animation though. They did add some new sound effects and stuff for line snapping and getting cut off, I noticed. Snags and stuff like that. Hey, I needed that. Did you see Morlock? I don't know if you've been playing at all in the last 6 months or whatever. Topwater has just like finally taken a stand on like so many fish. And that makes me very happy because it was such a shitty technique for so long. But right now Topwater's on like every weekly leader out here and on some actual overall leaders now. Yeah, that ultralight popper is super good. The original popper. Yeah, really good. I had my riskiest catch today on it. Got a 5 kilo taimen on one. Yeah, I've been fishing a lot on tongue. It's fun. Not super dollar-wise, but... I think right now the ones that I've seen doing the best are not the handmaids. The walkers are killing it here. And I've seen the original walkers The angry walker's killing it here, and the original walkers I've seen doing pretty well in a few places. And then that popper as well. Those have been the top 3 I've seen. The weird part is they're even doing well trolling, which feels a little off, because they're not like super action lures for that kind of movement, but yeah, it's made Yama way more fun because I hated the stop and go of having to use spoons on Yama. But being able to just walk the dog is way better. It's the issue I'm having with this one too. 8 grams is not much easier to cast. That's why I'm on a 12 kilogram rod. I should actually downsize the leader on this. I'd probably get a better bite rate too. I really want to get a high-end ultralight setup. I thought it was kind of a gimmick for a long time, but there's so many scenarios now, man, where the small spinners are just a ton of fun to fish. There's so much variety you can catch in the small spinners. Now the original poppers and the walkers doing so well. An 8.5 kilo really is a pretty decent size reel for a lot of places. I mean, like, Corey would be great with an 8.5 kilo reel. I mean, Jassie's been doing that pretty much anyway with his normal reel. How many of us fish Corey on our Lacardis? The wacky worm, I think they killed my wacky worm technique, which is sad. It still kind of works, definitely not as successful as it was. I really liked doing a 3rd rod wacky worm. They did kill drifting. I wasn't slow trolling it, I was actually like false jig stepping it by doing this and letting the line drop. And I've still done it since I've been back. It still works, just not as crazy as it was working. So I'd troll 2 wobblers or 2 spoons. I don't think they can kill it completely because this game just takes into consideration this is a movement. I'm sure you could walk the dog like this. Yeah. Yep, you can. Yeah, I saw a video today. I was just randomly turned on a Russian Fishing 4 video, and I saw the double jig stepping too. I didn't even know that was a thing people were doing. From a boat, double jig stepping. And yeah, I knew the Yama two rod spinning. I did the 2 rod jig stepping out of curiosity today and still caught fish, but it sucks. It doesn't feel like it's that efficient. Yeah, and then it didn't feel like it I think the way they attempted to fix it is the rods have that pull. You know, they have that sharp jerk of the rod when you pick them up. So, like, you're constantly giving your lure that extra jerk. I don't think you're ever going to hit anything good of it but numbers. That's good and bad, Raptors. Unfortunately, you have to do that in games. You know, you always have to make changes to try to make it to not ruin the game for people. That people will ruin shit for themselves. Yeah, flips top water over and look at that fish just sitting there. Just said, I don't want to come in. Ooh. They get teeth at about 2 kilos. People are always going to be mad about the change, but again, I've said for years and years now, I don't think gamers actually know what they want. They think they do. But I've seen a lot of games get negative reviews because they find abusable bugs. This game's so easy, all you have to do is abuse this bug. I agree, Raptor. Like I said earlier, they have those things in there for the fucking 10 guys that can afford it, right? But they do not want to destroy the game by making endgame reels $25. Because to me, I wouldn't spend $25 on an endgame reel. But I know players like Lackert and stuff would have just said, well, fuck it. I'm not going to spend 40 hours so I can play with Richard. I'm just going to spend $25 and get an endgame reel. Because even to me, $25 is absurd to spend on one fishing reel in a video game. But I know people would buy it. People did in Fishing Planet, man. People were constantly buying those packs, and it did ruin the experience for so many people that played with me. Fishing Planet attempted to counter the buying gear by making it so you got more experience for catching a fish with the right sized gear. But it didn't, the math wasn't there. Being able to catch every fish without having to fight them was still better experience than having to spend 20 minutes fighting a fish that was too big for your gear. How does it compare to the price of an IRL one? In-game reels are as much as more than I've ever spent on an IRL reel. The high-end stuff, anyway. And gave you 10 DLC packs for free, yeah. Fishing Planet devs did basically this. They tried to do the same thing to me. They were like, hey, thanks for streaming our game. Let me give you all this free in-game currency. And I was like, sweet, I'm going to spend it all on a fucking bass boat. Which didn't ruin the game for me, luckily. But I could have bought fishing poles and... Oh, Redbanger, good night. Sorry. Oh, the drive-by. That's why you never give up on your cast, chat. Right there. Same in real life, man. The amount of fucking fish I weighed in tournaments this year that I caught 2 feet from the edge of the boat. Using lures, like, even with, like, fucking wacky worms and stuff, just reeling them in slow instead of just running it in super fast. Not even using it the right way. When is worm sim? I mean, we're digging up worms. I'm digging them up. Says worm sim too. You can get dung beetles. Are there even dung beetles in that fucking Russia? I always just picture dung beetles in Africa. Probably like the Lion King or some shit. The cockchafers? I'm gonna go see real quick about leaders. Are you gone, Jasky? Nope, you're there. I'm gonna go see about a leader for myself and then you as well. Dung beetles are everywhere, really? I'm gonna shoot in the yard tomorrow and watch it all day. It's gotta be a big poop? Alright. It's the day after Thanksgiving. I didn't eat Thanksgiving today. I don't watch my yard shits every day. Tent. Man, I still haven't caught those? So let's see, what can we get Jasky here that's not gonna break my bank? Nothing. I think everything here is expensive. Nothing. Actually, Jasky may be in a tough spot. Mine's expensive, my dude. Yeah, I think 19 kilo. There's a 15 kilo. You're 15 and a half. You'd have to get this, and that's gonna be fucking $400 or something nutty, I think. Oh wait, there's a 17.4 it says here. Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, this is the one you need. But that's a lot of money for leader material. Fuck, I don't want to spend that much to make one fucking leader. Are prices higher here? What am I saving for? I have no idea. Can you make Jasky a leader? Prices are normal. I need a like that. I need like that exact 11.6. Like something 11 kilo. Jasky needs something under 19 kilo. Something between 16 and 19. My cabin by the lake? Yeah, I'd take my cabin by the lake. 90,000 more like. If you have either of those, Rapper. I don't think you can send the line, Jesse. Unfortunately, I don't think you can do that. I think you can only send stuff that's made in the game now. Again, to stop us from doing shit like we were doing where we were passing around our hand meat. You can send line. Oh, you can? Oh, okay. Well, I just left thinking I couldn't, so... That's good, because yeah, that was what I always asked chat and stuff to send me was when I was out and about, like on Oldberg and stuff. It's like, please send me a size 8 hook so I do not have to make the incredibly long run back. I swear picking rods up, man. Put some magic juice in them. Yeah, he just got a new reel, so he kind of needs leaders for everything. But right now, I think he's just been fishing. It would take forever to use up a whole spool of leader line if you bought it. Sockeye! Oh, little one. 60-centimeter trolling is a little obnoxious to pick the fish up. In general, 60-centimeter is a little obnoxious to pick up, but I think the catch rate is higher. Because it actually hangs that extra distance between the end of your line and the lure. So if you're having trouble landing fish now, you might consider shorter for your own sanity. I have one rod specifically when I'm trolling that is a motherfucker to get the fish in the boat. With a 60-centimeter. What is that in America? 60 centimeters. I've almost maxed out spin fishing. Do you actually use the last spin fishing technique to cast light lures? It sounds cool. The concept is great. Bit under 2 feet. Oh, that's not terribly long. I was going to say long leaders get hard to cast. No, you don't use it. There's so many lures I can't cast with my big reels. I love the little spinners, the Christmas spinners and stuff. I'm mad to see I missed last year's Christmas spinner. Little snowflakes on them. I hope they bring them back this year. Someone remind me to boot up Russian fishing for Christmas. Jesse, make sure you save some silver for your Christmas spinners. I need to get some duplicates too. I can't believe I've made it this long without losing them. I have not gone back to Mountain Blade 2 yet. I will. I was thinking about it the other day, actually. That might be one I'm ready to go back to. I see there's some crazy fucking mod options for it, too. There's like an MMO going on right now. I mean, technically it's not Mountain Blade 2, right? Because you have Mountain Blade and then Mountain Blade Warband, and then they had one Mountain Blade Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice was garbage. Who'd have thought adding guns to Mountain Blade was dumb? It's definitely slowing down for me over here. These things keep getting bit, but not getting taken. Or they're just rolling after I touch them. That's what's fucking happening, isn't it? How much heavier the weight need to be here? What do you have unlocked now, Jasky? Oh, Sura? Have you been? Sura's good bottom fishing for variety, but there's a lot of annoyingly large fish that aren't worth a lot. Imagine that in capitals, Tommy. It really hit different with caps lock on. Well, Captain for the 82 months. I love donuts, but it might not be as good now that they killed drifting. I really like drifting it with wackies, was a ton of fun. But I bet little spinners would still do great. I love the small fish fishing, man. I can't get enough of it. When do you unlock Ladoga? We can go smelting. Oh, you're gaining on Tommy, Jasky? I think the best river, though, is Tunguska? No. No, not Volkov. October. That's the best. Best in the game. Hands down. How you doing, Fusing? Thanks for the 4 months. October's so good it makes it hard for me to fish anywhere else. Because it's really just got a great variety. And it's good for all types of fishing. I don't know. I can't see what level I unlocked things at. I just know I have them unlocked. You have them all at 32. And then what rod did I have this on? 3? Nope. Yep, 3, but I didn't put the... I've always been able to see fish when they attack my lures. You're saying you can see them when they're not biting? Oh, I haven't noticed that. They should add more of that, even if it is purely cosmetic. The world is too stale, too stagnant. The seagulls kept almost hitting me on Ladoga the other day, and I don't remember that being a thing, but they fly like right at you. And I fucking hate birds. Sorry, birds in chat. I don't like you. I don't like the water on Corey. It's too much for me. It's like exhausting on my eyes. But I agree, they're going the right way on Corey. The size of the lake is a lot nicer too. The trolling doesn't feel so set in stone either. Like the fish are wandering out of their depths a little more, which is nice and realistic. And that's the reason a fish hangs out, you know, near those edges and stuff like that, right? They actually got the words stop and go to appear. I don't know what happened to my bottom fishing that was doing decent over here, but it just died. I was hoping I'd get those last 2 chums, at least get that silver. I wish I had found one more spot that was anywhere near this hot. Catching fish at night, though. Yeet. So is that a fish or did it roll again? That's a fish. Have you unlocked Wackies yet, Jesse? Yeah, they're dirt cheap like jigging. The problem is they're super lightweight, like spinners. I think the heaviest you can get them is like 14 grams, but then the hook's too big for anything you're actually wacky worm fishing for. I think I usually run like a 5 gram. But I fish them from a boat, so I don't really care about weight. Yeah, exactly. And they're just like Jig 7. The key to them is just pauses on the bottom. And I've never caught shit with the big ones. Always the tiny ones. But they're cool because they catch just such a wide variety of fish. You can catch fucking carp on them. And sturgeon. Only if you put it in me. Personally. Hand delivered into my butthole. Are you backing into the butt plug bush there, Viper? Raptor, did you not make me that leader? Because I ran away? I needed to buy you the line? Is this what happened? Monster. Did you send Jasky my leaders? Oh. Oh yeah, I needed some. I needed one under 12. I needed like an 11.6. Fine. I'll make my own. just because it's the only rod I have that can cast these light lures. I wonder, not you, not potatoes. I wonder, what about you at night? There are spools with leader material in the shop. Not just buying fluoro. There's a separate leader material somewhere. Well, now I gotta go check, since nothing's happening over here anyway. LGN, thank you for the 60 months. Oh man, I need to cut up some fish too. Holy shit. Burger, taco. Leaders. Leader materials. Why would anyone make a braid leader? Pure carbon. It's more money and less line. Do you have to make it out of this, or can you make it out of regular line? Because, yeah, that's just more. I think. Yeah, and less line. Fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm mad about it. It's for one dumb thing that I'll probably never do again. Do the swivels matter? I don't think so. Check the diameter. I mean, it doesn't... I guess it shouldn't matter. It's fluorocarbon. What was that? I think 0.32 it said. .46. Same. See, that one's just a trap. Oh, that's not a lot of line. That's worn out line. I guess we'll just stick to what we're using. That line's probably fine. I think I hear a bell. You hear that, chat? Oh yeah, definite bell. Double bell. Now you have a little drink. You're welcome. I think that initial is the rolling. You can't send lures though, right? Like non-made lures. Oh, you can? Well, fuck. Somebody find me this angry walker in the red. I'll trade you for something I own. I want to try the red. Yeah, they were sold out here, and I don't want to leave because it's fucking $100 to come back. That makes that lure a lot more expensive. Feels like it's done fine for me up there near 20, but that feels too fast. I gotta look at it. Give me 1 second. There's the 003. I thought it was a different one. And then there's just the red, the 009. I want the 009. That one looks hot. A race car. I don't use red in real life like ever, but this isn't real life. It's a goddamn video game. Fair trade, I'd say. Did you get spooled, Jasky? Oh. Oh, wait. Your leader should have broke, though. It didn't? It actually tore your line? No, you don't shame for a break off. That's just sad for everyone. Oh god, no, don't get into this shit. Oh no, it's fucking ground bait hell. Fuck, oh no, dead fish hell. Look at all these dead fish I carry with me, chat. Just in my pockets. Loaded with dead fish. Some still alive. Frogs. 19 frogs. David, I think I thanked you. I can't, dude, I'm so bad at remembering you for not I thank people. Thanks, David. Wait, these are one-outs? I think I've been running ones on these. I am. Those are too small, huh? Interesting. It's been working. Those are squished fish. That's why they're in my pockets, because I squished them already. Those look insanely large on it now. Which one did I just... Yeah, I just don't get why the line broke. Oh, you think the leader broke? Okay. The line should say the full amount then if it didn't break. Otherwise, it'll have some oddball amount like 120 meters or some shit. Alright, the gold one clearly sucks. Didn't instantly catch me a fish. Garbage lure is garbage. Yeah, it's not broken line at 340, I don't think. No IRL fish streams making it. It's winter now, so I won't be doing any fishing for a while. I will be doing YouTube stuff. I started this year. I've got one more to put up yet this year. And then next year I'm going to do all my tournament stuff at least. With my fishing. It's just way better content for YouTube edited down than it is live. And way cheaper to accomplish. Data be expensive, yo. But it'll just be on my regular Richard Hammer YouTube. Which brand's been uploading all the highlights to too if you prefer watching it over there instead of Twitch. Yeah, I enjoyed doing it. It's expensive, man. I was spending $300 a month just in data. Plus you're dealing with the fucking batteries and all the electronics and worried you're gonna get shit wet and gotta wonder if it's gonna rain, and so much easier with GoPros and YouTube. Ooh, nice sockeye. Alright, gold's doing okay now. Never mind, it's... I couldn't even talk shit about it. I hope someday, though, that the IRL data becomes affordable. We find a way to make it more reasonable. I'd love to do a ton of stuff IRL, man. I'd like to just randomly turn my stream on when I'm at Walmart without it draining my entire family plan. I can, Jesse. I can make 11 sixes, actually. I just bought it. I've already got the shit, Morlock, if you want me to do it real quick. Make me feel better about my 99 silver purchase. A lot of those guys get sponsored too, pharmacists, but if they're running the 4 modems for those backpack setups, then yes. Oh, are they not under a leader? What the fuck? Did I not just make them? I think I'm drunk. Where the fuck did they go? I'm so confused. I don't understand, Jasky. I made 2 and they vanished. Or I'm an idiot. I don't... Chad, I made 2, right? It went through the whole thing and did the thing, and now I'm out of leader material. Or I'm out of swivels. Are you at the storage, ASCII? If you send me the little swivels, I could try again, but they just disappeared. I think the swivels are dirt cheap. No, there's no rod for them to auto-equip too. Maybe can they fail? Did I fail them both without realizing it? Yeah, unlimited doesn't, it truly exists in America. You can get unlimited data, but it will be throttled to the point that you can't do an IRL stream in the woods. Also, nature streams are just incredibly difficult to do. Twitch's bitrate capped. Cell data's bitrate capped. Kind of swivels you need to buy. I don't think it matters. They just need to be under the leader material. I don't have any to like compare them. No, there's signal. It's just bitrate is massively affected by the number of moving things. And a tree full of leaves, it doesn't matter how good my signal is, the bitrate cap that Twitch has is not high enough to make leaves not look like trash, which also turns everything else on the stream to trash. It works great in a city where there's not a lot of fucking highly detailed moving pieces. But anyone who watched my IRL fishing streams, every time I drove past trees, they turned to snow. Like fucking 420p. You're so cool looking. I want one as a pet. So, like, under the load limit of the leader material or over? They have a load limit? The leaders, or the swivels themselves do? You would want it over. You want the line to break first, so you'd want it over. Yeah. I think those are the exact ones I had. Let's see. Maybe not. But they should be able to be as big as you want without it fucking anything up. 13.6. Make. You made one. Okay. They work this time. That's so weird. I don't know where the other two went. Have a spare. I hope you never need it. Alright, let's try red. Ah, where'd I go? Who am I? Help me. It's the wrong size, but we'll run them anyway. It's been working. Haven't been losing fish. Gotta knock on wood for that one. I think red would do better on cloudy, rainy, and nights. But it's still pretty shiny. I don't understand what gives me the walk the dog sometimes. I think it's just the fucking with the current. Red sucks. It's garbage. I hate it. Oh, red rocks. It's awesome. I love it. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, I saw it for a quick... Ooh, a spotty boy. Is that a big spotty boy then? Kinda. Hey, cereal hands. I wonder how many fish you scare away. Without a fish cam, you don't really know how many fish like come up and look at your bait, spawn in and look at your bait, and then don't hit it. Or you do the wrong thing. You jerk when you should have not. Whoa! I forgot I had those out. I think that was just a roll again, though. The last second, little man. Keep net is full. Huh. Time to chop up some fishies. Unsuccessful. I used the hammer instead of the knife. Do 90% bait crafting. How exciting. We're getting going there. I hate chopping up fish during peak fishing hours. Hey, Sad. Why do I have over 500 viewers? I have a huge dick. I mean, yeah, it's huge in the width department. That's still huge. It's still relevant. Prove it? I don't have to. You can see it written all over my beard. Beard like this, huge dick. My beard is getting long. It's just because it's Russian fishing, Renault. It's the longest I've ever played this game without getting accused by someone that I'm view botting. Because, you know, you spend money to view bot categories on Twitch that nobody watches. The logical explanation. The funny part is, if I wasn't playing Russian fishing, if I was playing absolutely nothing, I'd have more viewers. Can you believe that? But if I turned this game off and changed my category to just chatting, I'd probably have another 150, 200 people. Dolly Vardens. Pretty. Just chatting a cheat code? No, it's just people hate fishing that much. Hey, Laggard. People always be like, "Oh man, Richard, I love your streams where all you do is just talk. When you get a game that you don't have to focus really hard on the game and you can just talk." And then I'm playing fishing and they're like, "Dude's playing fishing. I ain't going in that shitty fucking game." And I'm like, y'all just stinky butts. I mean, I too hate a cuckoo clock. But with the occasional hog, right? And every once in a while I answer some questions about fishing. Which, I mean, I do that on my regular streams, too. Streams that have nothing to do with fishing. Because I'm bringing up fishing. I'm hungry. Anybody got any leftovers I can eat? Stunned? Anyone ever bothered to make a fishing sim? I mean, dudes make millions of dollars in a career of fishing, Renault. It's like a billion-dollar industry, I'm sure. People spend $80,000 to buy a boat that's only good for one type of fishing. And I like him as a person. I prefer the first part. Seems more honest and genuine. Us hammers do be genuine. No, you're good. I'm just being goofy. Oh, this is my real last name, Acker. I changed it legally through the courts and whatnot. I even asked God, and he was like, "Yeah, sure, dude." I was like, "Thanks, God." Wow, pink salmon are worth a lot of experience. I didn't realize that was 10,000. What a steely. No! It's like throwing 20 silver in the river, chat. Well, because my keep net was full. I didn't have any more space in my fish pockets. I got tiny fish pockets on these jeans. Shouldn't have worn my tight jeans to the river. Okay, now you're just making fun of Sims in general, Renault. Now your attack isn't on a fishing sim, it's on Sims in general. Video games, actually. Any video game with an inventory management. Sims 4 win? Never. I think they meant when am I going to stream it, not when's it going to be created, Lacquer. Give me these spotty boy. Oh, that's a sharp snout. Kiss that little snout. Kiss you on your snout. You got spooled? What the fuck spooled you? How far is the fish market? Like 20 feet away? Way further than that. Wait till nighttime. Plus you save some fish for when there's randomly cafe orders. What if some John comes in here and is like, man, I'd suck dicks for a sockeye, and I'd be like, well, guess what? Got one in my fish pocket. No, no, no. Shame is when you lose a fish. It's brave when you get spooled. That means you went to battle and lost. Letting a fish escape battle. Without putting up a fight. Shameful. You wouldn't let some guy suck you off for a meal? Wait, what? There's a place I can trade food for my oh, yeah, I said this. This is something I created. Dude, I'd cook all the time if I could get sucked off for food. Love a blowjob. No, you're making a meal that you're giving away in trade for sucky. Are you buying the food too? I mean, I'd buy the food and cook it. Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from making 2 portions, that's true. You could do a couple of steaks and a blowy and... Is it, I mean, do you put love in your meal? Or the blowjob with heart? Both are with love. I mean, you don't do something half-ass. Yeah, I'm catching the food. I mean, you could be buying it, catching it. That's true. You could have your own fresh caught. I got some venison in the freezer. I made venison burgers today. They weren't great. They were okay. I don't like my hamburger seasoning. It's kind of gross. It's just kind of turning into a dinner date. No, we don't have to talk. I do not grind. I have ground meat myself, but not usually, no. Because I don't do the rest of the work. The grinding the meat's the easy part. Well, I guess somebody who knows what their cuts are would tell you otherwise, but for a guy who doesn't know how to cut up a deer, that part's easy, just time consuming. Pre-made seed. Who do you think I am, Lackards? You know how often I fucking cook burgers? You think I just got stuff laying around? Garlic, cloves laying around? I do not. I do not have any sort of... The only plant I have laying around is an aloe. Could rub some aloe on it. It wasn't originally mine either. That's true. I didn't buy the meat at the store. Me too, Jasky. Should have had more garlic cloves laying around. I don't eat craft singles. Or make grilled cheese. Bread goes bad too fast. I don't keep bread in the house. Freeze your bread? But then it's not ready when I want it. This is pointless. How does bread not last long if we have a child? She's one 8-year-old girl. How much bread do you think she's going to consume? I have her 3 days a week, then 4 days a week, then 3 days a week, then 4 days a week. And that's the problem. That means I am without her 4 days a week sometimes. We barely can do a gallon of milk. And we both drink the fuck out of milk. Fish have just stopped biting. Like months? Not my bread. Yeah, what kind of crazy elven bread are you eating that lasts for months? What are you buying? Fucking Wonder Bread? It lasts a lot longer than Alaska. Yeah, that's because by the time the bread from here gets to Alaska, it's already old. The same problem Hawaii has. It just takes too long to get there. Yeah, he said the locally made bread seems to last longer. Exactly, Lacquer, because it's locally made. It lasts longer than the store-bought bread, which takes too long to get there because he's in fucking Alaska. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. As soon as you walk outside, your bread is already frozen. True that, too. I feel like buns go bad way faster than bread. Am I crazy in that statement? But I feel like hamburger buns and hot dog buns last like no time at all. Is it butter or something? That's what I was wondering. And they got like honey buns and stuff like that. I think it makes them go bad faster. How about milk in Alaska? How many weeks do you get on your milk in Alaska? Or are you just drinking moose milk? Because I got milk 2 weeks ago that doesn't go bad till December 6th. And that seems like that's gotten crazy how long milk lasts. keep milk cold, it lasts a really long time. Europeans, I think, I've had the debate with Europeans about the expiration date of milk. Americans, we tend to take our milk completely out of the fridge, set it on the counter, get a glass, and that is just literally days off your milk by doing that. Every time you do that, you're just knocking a day off your milk. I actually like ice in my milk. I'm a fucking freak. I know it though. I like really cold milk. If milk starts to warm up at all, it's horrible. Well, yeah, a lot of places you still put milk in a pitcher, right? Instead of drinking it out of a jug. So then a lot of the times you are taking a glass to the fridge. Room temperature cheese? I do that sometimes just because I want it to melt easier when I'm adding it to things. But I don't ever eat it. I'm sure I snack at room temperature sometime. Dude, speaking of stinky cheeses, I'm fucking cooking Thanksgiving dinner and my whole family's sitting around. I have like a bar top counter. They're all sitting around, hanging out. And all of a sudden, dude, it just smells like fucking feet and trash. And I cannot figure out what it is, but I'm getting like embarrassed by it. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? What is in my garbage or my sink that smells so bad? So I light a fucking candle and everything. Like 20 minutes later, I've been sitting here trying to find this damn stink, and like 20 minutes later, my mom's like, oh yeah, I brought brie. The whole time it was just stinky feet cheese she had set out on my counter. This brie was rancid. I think it was bad, honestly. I've never had brie, don't know what it's supposed to smell like, but it was so bad that it like took my breath away when I smelled it. It smelled exactly like a trash can. I wouldn't be surprised if it was bad. My mom, so she used to be a nurse for this doctor. And then when she got out of nursing, actually she'd be like a medical assistant or whatever is below a nurse for this doctor. When she got out of that, he was like, hey, you know, maybe you could help my wife with some things around the house. So basically she ended up becoming the maid for this doctor. And they just constantly give her stuff like stinky brie cheese, fucking hand-me-down designer clothes and shoes and boots, and my mom refuses to say no to any of it. She got a 19-pound turkey from him. I'm like, Mom, what are you gonna do with a 19-pound turkey? You live alone. She's like, I'll just eat turkey all week. And I was like, Jesus Christ, Mom, just say no to the junk they make you take home with you. So it was probably just bad brie that they were like, here, Luann, take that home. It's all this weird Lebanese food too. Always these Lebanese cookies that are just not good. They're not sweet at all. I keep telling her these aren't cookies. They don't have any sugar in them. They might not even be cookies, honestly. We can't read the packaging. Digestive. They might be. I don't know. I keep eating them. They suck. It scares the hell out of me, though. She walks around in, like, fucking $8,000 hand-me-down outfits. You're gonna get robbed. And then they're gonna be really upset when you got, like, $4. And she's always bringing over clothes for my daughter that like my daughter won't fit into until she's 14 years old. Mom, I can't. No, I'm not storing this junk for the rest of my life. Sweet like American cookies, yeah. They really, oh no, I've done it again! I don't know. They're really uppity rich folks that think we're disgusting. Every time we used to, like, go on a trip with them or stay with them, they'd throw away all of the bedding we used. Just throw it in the trash. I remember I slept on their bed in their boat once, and she threw away a comforter and stuff, and Doc was pissed because it was like a $1,900 reel down California King comforter. So I just took that bitch out of the trash and took it home with me. I had it for years. I love that blanket. She's not allowed to use like the same bathroom as them and stuff, even though she's been going over there for like 20 years. She can watch their kids and all that stuff, but don't you dare sit on our sheets. $1,100. Wee-oo. Oh shit, I just sold the ones I needed for that. That's alright, I'm not gonna get it done tonight anyway. But I did, I sold the big ones. Oh well. I love the different colors in the coho, it's so good. Oh wow, those rainbows are worth a lot, huh? Sharp nose aren't bad either. I don't know how many hours I've been standing out here, but it's a nice payday. Oh, the white spotted char. They vary pretty heavy, huh? Like a chub and a pike. So there's 4 types of fish. Fish without any marker like these. The fish with the marker that I just sold. Trophy fish, and then rare trophy fish. They can all be sold. The flag fish is the ones that we call that just have the check mark. And those are, you know, your baseline, like a keeper is how I always call them. That's the way I grew up. That there's a keeper. The ones that aren't flag are too small to have any value. They're worth pennies. But sometimes they can be cut up for bait. And then trophies and rare trophies get crazy money. Yeah, the keeper terminology comes from like certain fish that actually have a size limit, but this game doesn't believe in size limits. You kill them all. I think there's an argument to like throw away some really unvaluable fish, because I think they give you less money based on how many fish you sell them. But I just don't fucking have the patience to deal with all that. Yeah, I think my most valuable fish is like 300 silver, but... And then you have the cafe orders too. Every map has these cafe orders that are on timers that change periodically. And they'll be looking for specific fish in a specific size bracket, sometimes smaller than keepers, sometimes trophies. And they usually pay like 2 times or more. Says to keep that, and I think it does actually end up netting you more money overall with big sells, like 150 fish. I think I tested it once. None of mine were big enough for salmon steaks. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I should really go to bed. It's hard on this game, though. When you're on a roll, you want to enjoy that roll. Because tomorrow it might not be there. Oh, like little crab bits dipped in butter. I got 7 grand. How much is the big ultralight reel? I want it so bad. I think it's this one, right? The Inferno. Doesn't say. None of these are on sale here. Or for sale here. How old am I? 33. I had to think about it. 33. The distance they can cast lures, which isn't real in fishing. Rod matters for casting lures tremendously. But reel is irrelevant. And you could, without any issues, slam a fucking 10,000 size reel, which is a really big, giant, saltwater size reel, on a tiny little rod, and it would work just fine. If you're getting old and I'm older than you, what are you saying about me? Be a 5 kilogram. You're not. You're an idiot. A gram. That line's swimming, ain't it? Nope, it ain't. Alright, I should go to bed. I really should. I just got stuff. I mean, I don't really have to. I have no real reason I have to. That wasn't a fishing pun either. Don't even. No, I should. I gotta take the dogs out and shit. And shit. It wasn't an intentional fishing pun. If you want to make it into one, you can enjoy it in your own private space. How's the donuts treating you, Jasky? Better than Volkov was? At least more entertaining? I really enjoyed donuts for a while. I hope it's good for you. It is bedtime, yeah. I'm gonna go. You made tea for far too long, though? Yeah, the 100 tea. It'll take the time out of you. I keep thinking I'm gonna get more accomplished in this game, but then I made so many teas and sausages. I'm basically British now. Not in this house. Bedtime's at 7. I don't know if I'm gonna get my TV time. I need my wind down time. I can never go right to bed after streaming. I don't know, I'm always still in a mood. Alright, I'm going. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me fuck off and fish. Subs and stuff, you're all too kind to me. I don't deserve you. I'll be back tomorrow at some point during the day. No kid for a couple days, so what is today? Now it's Friday. Remind me tomorrow I gotta order Christmas presents before that's too late. Bye!